I welcome all to this ordinary council meeting, the 30th of October 2025. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, councillors, MM and your staff, members of the public that are on YouTube, members of the Audit Committee, and any members of the public that are in the gallery, you are all welcome to this morning's meeting, and thank you for your attendance. Before we start, I would like to ask Councillor Strubel if you'll open with a word of prayer, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. Can we just close our eyes and bow our heads? Father, this morning we are so privileged to enter your throne. We know that when we come to you, you are more than able to help us at the right time. Here, vanoggend is ons so dankbaar, want ons weet wanneer ons swak is, dan is u sterk. En vanoggend wil ons u vertrou in hierdie algemene raadsvergadering. Ons wil bid, Here, dat u saam met ons sal wees, dat u ons onderskraag en bekragtig. Nie ons wil nie, maar laat u wil geskied. Bid, Here, vir die spreker van hierdie raad, dat u vir hom, Here, vandag sal lei, dat u met hom sal wees. En ek wil bid, Here, dat u uiteindelik Nysna sal seën. Dankie, Here, dat jy jou mense gaan seën en dat u ons bemagtig om hulle te lei. Seën ons in Jesus naam. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Attendance of members, item 3 on the agenda. We have almost a full house. There are three members that are currently absent with leave. Councillor van Schalkwyk has requested leave of absence. He's traveling at the moment, and then Councillor Davis and Councillor Vanston are attending prize givings for their children at school in Sedgefield, and they will be joining as soon as they are available to join. Councillor Sabach.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, in terms of Councillor Andre van Schalkwyk, he did request a virtual link. When he did submit the email, he didn't ask for it, but he's asking by me if he could have a virtual link, please.
The link was attached. There is, as part of all the batches of emails, there is the link. He must just search through his emails. Otherwise, I'll request administration just to send it via WhatsApp if it is possible. Thank you. There are no, item 3.3, there are no councillors absent without leave. Item 4 on the agenda, noting the provisions of Code of Conduct for councillors and the Code of Ethical Leadership is adopted by council. Can we note that? But before we note it, I would like to just highlight something that we don't often do, and I would like to remind councillors with regards to the Code for Ethical Leadership as adopted by council. Just a reminder of what those principles are, and I'll be very brief, but it is good that we have this constant reminder. A councillor, an ethical leader, sets the tone for an ethical culture, follows a community-centered approach to governance, respects the boundary between political and administrative spheres of the municipality, ensures the appointment of staff who have competence and integrity, ensures the appropriate level of competence and integrity and diversity on committees and oversight structures, deals fairly and decisively with ethics, transgressions, and poor performance, and engages respectfully and constructively with other leaders. And I'd just like us to take cognizance of those principles that we are sworn to uphold. Can we note those provisions, councillors? Thank you. Are there any disclosures of interest, which is item 5? No disclosures. We move to item 6. There's a long service awards. There's none as far as I could see. I might have missed that because there were none. No. There's no introduction. Item 7, introduction of newly appointed staff. I know we didn't recognize previously our new appointed electrical manager. Yeah, MM, through you, if we can just recognize his appointment, please.
Yes, he's coming.
Thank you.
I've requested that he be called.
Yes, and I take the blame for that. We were rushed and I didn't actually realize that he was seated. We will introduce him as soon as he arrives. Yes, Councillor Sabach.
Speaker, I just note that the Director of Planning is not here, so just who's representing her if she's not in attendance? Thank you.
She was here a moment ago. She might have been called out.
She has exams in the afternoon, but she had requested to be sent a link because she's working from home since she's writing in the afternoon. So we'll ensure that she gets the link, but she's available.
Ah, sorry, I did see her in the chamber earlier on. She might have. Yeah. Thank you. Councillors, we'll move on. Before I get to the agenda, I'm bringing one item forward, and that is item 13, if I can just get to it, which is under the new matters submitted by the municipal manager, 13.1, which is a presentation, which is the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs on the approved CWP policy. They are present with us, so I would like to start our council meeting with that item. But I would first like to just go through the minutes and get that done out of the way, and then we'll move on to onto the body of the agenda. Thank you. Right, councillors, there are a number of minutes that we need to approve, and I'd like to propose and a seconder for each agenda, please. The first one is 8.1, which was a special council meeting held on the 31st of July 2025. That's on page 9 to 15. Are there any corrections? Can I have a proposer and a seconder, please? Councillor Lowe, propose.
Yes, Councillor Lowe for proposed.
And I could have a seconder, please. Anybody? Deputy Mayor, thank you. The next set of minutes is 8.2, special council meeting on the 4th of August 2025, and that is from page 16 to page 20. Could I have a proposer and a seconder, please? Councillor Charlie, propose. Second.
Yes.
Councillor Grootboom, thank you.
Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Tiokolo.
Thank you, Speaker. Just on those sets of minutes, Speaker, I noticed Councillor Charlie was not in the meeting. I'm not sure whether she can propose the minutes to be adopted, but she was not in the actual meeting.
As far as I recall, Councillor Charlie hasn't missed a meeting, but let's have a look.
She is, Speaker, on page 18.
Yes.
She was absent without leave in that meeting.
We need to revisit that through.
Speaker,
Yeah,
can
through
I
recordings.
come back again?
Yes.
Yeah, Speaker, I do know this was a virtual meeting, and I do know that Councillor Charlie was not in the meeting. So the minutes, it's a true reflection of what happened in the meeting. She was not in the meeting, so the minutes are correct. Thanks.
I do recall.
I do propose then, can I then propose
Yes.
that we adopt the minutes?
Speaker.
Councillor Charlie.
Speaker, because the listeners are listening there, I am a Patriotic Alliance representative. I never skip, not even a Section 80. I never. If he was on a virtual meeting, then I was here, he was not here. Miskien, dat hy nie vir my gehoor geras maak het, dis hoekom hy sê ek was hier nie. So they need to fix this. I never stay at home.
Okay, noted, Councillor Charlie. What I'll do is we'll hold back on the approval of these minutes until I can confirm through administration the facts, and we'll bring it back. So we do not approve that set of minutes as of this stage. Next item is 8.3, ordinary council meeting, 7 August 2025, from page 21 to 55. A proposer and a seconder for that, please. Councillors, you hear me, Councillor Charlie? And you were present, and a seconder for that, please. Councillor Lowe. Thank
I'm
you.
going to second for Councillor Charlie now for this
Thank
round.
you. If we can move swiftly through this, please, councillors. 8.4, special council meeting, 22 August 2025, from page 56 to 65. Proposer and a seconder, please. Councillor Andrews and the Mayor. Thank you. Proposer and second. Special Council meeting 29 August 2025 from page 66 to 74. Proposer and a seconder, please. Councillors, is it this difficult to propose minutes? Mayor, thank you, and Councillor Lowe.
Proposed.
There's two more left. Special Council meeting 11 September 2025, 75 to 79 on those pages. Proposer and a seconder, Deputy Mayor. Propose, Councillor Charlie second. The last one is the Special Council meeting on the 16th of October 2025 from page 80 to page 90. Proposer and a seconder, please. Proposer, Councillor Charlie, and a seconder. The whip seconds those minutes. Thank you very much. All right, thank you. I'm going to now allow the presentation. I'd just like to welcome the members of COCTA in our midst today. We have, let me just get my, we have Naim Daniels, which is the CWP Western Cape Implementation Agency, Bulelo Lamani, the CWP Garden Route District Coordinator, Pumla Nkam, which is the CWP Local Site Office, but we also have apologies from Masaleka Khatla, which is the Director of CWP Implementation Western Cape. And then we also have Patience from Public Participation, Western Cape, and Mr. Craig Mitchells as well. Thank you very much for your presence. I do appreciate the time you've taken to travel up. So I'm going to hand over to the members before us to take us through the presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Speaker, all councillors, all protocol observed. I know there's a long list of very important people in this meeting. I am going to try to summarize my presentation because I know you've got a long day ahead of you. If you allow me, if I want to do a short presentation so that there is some sort of engagement after my presentation, because I think it's important that we allow for people to ask questions after the presentation. So in 2022, the department has made a decision to relook at CWP as a program because, as we know, CWP has been coming on since 2009. So CWP has effectively been around for 15 years, and it was important to look whether the program are still relevant in 2025. So the reason for the remodel, there's external reasons and there's internal reasons. And today I am going to present a synopsis of what this new policy is looking like. I will also share through Jackie the actual policy document so that councillors and officials can also read through that. So I am going to skip some of the parts because I think most of us understand that CWP comes from National COCTA. It provides part-time work for two days a week, 8 days a month. It is, initially it was focusing on acting as a safety net where people are not finding employment in the labor market and therefore they can access the program. The important part of all the public employment programs, that includes EPWP, Social Employment Fund, CWP, and other public employment programs. I think on a national level, all PEPs are now saying any public employment program must have 3 focuses. The one is the impact on social value, meaning the work that we are doing in any municipality must provide some sort of value for the municipality, for the community. And so we now need to look at what kind of work can we provide to our participants that not only adds value to themselves in terms of employment, but also value in terms of the community that they are serving and also the municipality. The second one is the impact on the actual participant. And I think this is a major shift from the previous CWP model. I can still look at today's register of participants that is on the program. People that registered in 2012 in Neisner are still on the program in 2025. So the program have changed the time frame, and I will get to that. But I think the important part, and this is what we shouldn't be missing, when we recruit participants into CWP as from 2026, which is next year, every participant that will come into the program, when recruited, whether it's through the NGO, a CBO, a government institution, or the municipality, there must be a clear pathway for every participant coming into the program. And a pathway would mean that we shouldn't now only be focusing on cleaning and greening. Although that is part of CWP, we need to look at what are we doing with a participant for the period that that participant is in the program. What are we giving that participant? The participant might need further training, it might need skills development, or it might need some sort of networking to hook that participant into either self-employment, better employment, or further education and training. So the impact on participants for me is absolutely critical in the new model, not just for CWP. It goes for all public employment programs. And of course, the impact on the labor market. I sit in interviews quite often where young people come for interviews. First of all, they are not appropriately dressed. They come with gum in their mouth. People like that would not be, the labor market would not attract our youth of today. And the simple reason is that our youth do not come with work ethics or work experience. Now, the program can manage that. We can de-risk that for future employers by employing them into different institutions where they can learn the work ethics. You come to work at 8 o'clock, you get a break at this time, you dress appropriately. This is the way that you talk in a workplace. Take the gum out of your mouth when you're in the workplace. It might sound simple to you guys, but it is in the reality. The labor market out there do not want youth that doesn't have work experience. The program, our program, can give that experience to our younger people. I'm not going to do this slide because I think everybody knows where CWP comes from. I think it's important to note that some of our achievements in the last 15 years, 1.5 million participants took part in CWP over the last period between 2009 and 2025. Right now, we've got about 255,000. That number has drastically reduced after we offloaded our 60-year-old participants in July of this year. I think we're now around just over 200,000 people in the program. From the 1.5 million, 800 participants received training, and of that 800,000, 30,000 participants exited successfully out of the program into mainstream economy. CWP was implemented and still implemented in around 2,500 communities across South Africa. I think it's important to note that 12 billion rand has been invested in CWP since 2009. 6 billion of that went directly to participants for salaries. We all got a shock in 2024-25, and it continues in 25-26 in terms of budget cuts across all government departments. How did that affect CWP? You can see that prior to the budget cuts, the original participant rate for the Western Cape was at 17,500. Right now we are at 15,450. Basically, effectively, we lost 2,050 jobs. So if you just look at the garden route has lost 450 jobs. If we lose one job, that's one job too many. So 450 opportunities for employment has been lost through the budget cut. And unfortunately, right now, there is a moratorium on recruitment because we are still under a budget constraint. And that's why I had to leave at 4 o'clock this morning and not sleeping over in Knysna because of budget issues. And that's the reality. And we need to deal with what we have in front of us. I added this slide just to give context. And I know most of you know this, that our economy right now can only absorb 8.7% of all job seekers in South Africa. I'm going to break it down a little bit differently. If there is a million people looking for jobs, the labor market can only employ 87,000 of the million. That is a scary number. So the public employment programs must understand that we are working in that context. So our challenge to the Western Cape management is, and my challenge is, let us beat the 8.7%. Let us achieve a 10%. How do we do that? We can only do that via 4 things. As from 2026, when we do recruitment, targeted recruitment, knowing where this participant is going to go with the necessary training. We can only get people out of the program by better employment, full-time employment. So that's one. The second one is self-employment, which is not easy, but it's doable. Micro-enterprise and small, micro, and medium enterprise development. Or we can make sure that our younger participants go for further education and training, whether it's university, colleges, through the FET system, or any kind of training. Right now, we've got a partnerships with the NHBRC, where they are training our participants, accredited training in roof trusses, welding, masonry, and all of those. So those are artisans' skills training that our participants are going, and I think it's a 3-month course, which will give them an accredited and a qualified certificate to be able to go into the labor market. And of course, the last one is social protection. So, say we've got 15,000 people working next year. 10% of 15,000 is 1,500 people exiting the program into at least 3 of the things that's on the slide right now. If we can do that, then we have beat the national benchmark of 8.7%. So how do we do that? First of all, we have to do better targeting. We cannot have a program that people walk into Pumla's office saying, I'm unemployed, I want to be part of the program, and we register that person without the placement opportunity being sorted out. We need to make sure that even now, we can start now already. I know that most of the municipalities and most businesses and most institutions, they already know what skill is required in 2026 until 2030. Because businesses normally plan for 30 years, for 5 years in advance. So if we know what kind of skill is going to be required in the next 5 years, then we can train our participants, we recruit, and then we train for an opportunity to exit the program in 5 years' time. Because right now, participants are only allowed to be in the program for a maximum of 5 years. It's no longer open-ended where people are automatically re-employed in CWP like we've done in the past. So there is now a time limit, and that is set previously in the previous policy, the draft policy, it was at 2.5 years, 2.5 years. It is now set and signed off by the minister a maximum of 5 years. So we've got 5 years where we can develop a person for a particular opportunity. And I think that is the difference that all PEP, public employment programs are moving towards. Either self-employment, better employment, or further education and training. But we also would want to empower local communities to take charge of public assets, like we are doing in some of our sites now through the NHBRC, where people in communities will be able to act as plumbers, act as builders, act as manufacturing of roof trusses, all the things that you are going to require in building homes or supporting municipal services around public assets, the maintenance of that. And of course, we cannot do this alone as a program. We need partners, and we have signed 46 big business in terms of our partners. I'm going to give an example that we suggested that we do it in Neisner. Rangi Energy, they are a big energy company that takes waste and they turn that into hydrogen, alternative energy. And just because we had a meeting with Neisner not so long ago, there was this commitment from the municipality to want to work with the program to make it work for communities on the ground. And because of that commitment, it's the first municipality that came forward to say that we want to work with the...
Sorry, apologies. I'm stopping you. Councillors, please do not answer your phone while in the council chamber. Please.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. I apologize for that. Thank you.
The big partners are big business, both private business and government departments. Another example of the smart partner, we call it smart partners, is the Department of Home Affairs, where they identify they've got 5,000 work opportunities or vacancies in their department across all offices. They cannot fill that, so they gave that to CWP. So all that we need to do is look at their requirements, recruit participants that fits the requirement of the Department of Home Affairs. Home Affairs train them and place them in their offices. That's a way of creating employment. So partnerships is absolutely critical to CWP, and therefore the CWP unit have, for the last year and a half, went out to all big businesses across South Africa and signed MOUs for them. There's two that is going to be in the west, where are we now? In Garden Route. One of them will definitely engage with the local municipality to see whether there's an appetite for a program like that, because it gives opportunity for employment, but it also gives opportunity for self-employment, because what they are saying, our participants will then, they will be the market for our participants once they are formed in some sort of business. So I'm not going to go through the goals. I think the two things that stands out here is the LED projects. I think there's a need for CWP and the LED office of Neisner now to start working closer together, because we can bring the network of external support to the LED projects identified, and then also the public assets. I think CWP, the aim of CWP was always to support local municipalities in maintenance of the public asset, of the municipal public asset. I'm going to highlight some of the blocks in this on this slide. By 2030, between next year and 2030, the program wants to recruit an additional 220,000 participants. That means that we are scaling up the program in the next, 5 years. If you count 26 to 30, in 4 years, we would want to increase that number. So that would give us just under 1 million participants in the program. But it also means that the amount of communities where the program will be implemented will double. Remember in the other slide, it says 2,500 communities. Now we are saying 5,000 communities will be affected by CWP. I think the one that stands in the middle, that's a big one. 80% of participants to enter the mainstream economy and are appropriately placed. Now that is a big, big goal. And therefore, the partnership becomes critical to CWP. I think the last one is also important to note. If NISDA's budget is 9 million rand for the year, the program must look for an additional 9 million rand from outside of CWP if you want to achieve the goals that is set in front of us. Not saying that the municipality must raise that money. The program must raise the money with different stakeholders. Because how are you going to do exiting at the 80% level if you don't have the funding that goes with that? So I think it's important to note that some of the objectives here are set at a national level, but we need to bring it down to a local municipal level to see how can we contribute to national objectives. I think some of the changes in the new policy, in the first draft of the policy, the age limit was 18 to 40. And I know that a lot of municipal managers in the Western Cape, when the roadshow took place last year in November, had said that it cannot be, because then you miss quite a lot of households that sustain younger people. So it's like you want to attract young people, but you also don't want to take away their own safety net, which is your 40-year-olds up till 59-year-olds, because those people are sustaining the household. Fortunately, the minister have changed that, and it's now 18 to 60, like it used to be in the past. There's this big thing now that CWP participants, if they are earning more than the minimum wage, which is now set at 4,680, I think, if they are earning that minimum wage, and the minimum wage is determined by the CWP wage in any work that they are doing outside of the 2 days. Remember, they're only working 2 days. This morning, somebody called me from Prince Albert. People are earning 4,000 rand on an olive farm for the 3 days outside of CWP. And they are working in CWP for 1,000 rand. So that gives them the 5,000 rand for the month. And that disqualifies them to be part of the program. So that's a new thing that's in CWP. And I think CWP really wants to focus on the people where they really don't meet the minimum wage as a household in South Africa. Then also what we realize that people working outside of CWP are also getting benefits, the UIF benefits. So we are now saying if you're getting UIF benefits, you are also not allowed to be part of CWP as a program. And of course, it's for South African citizenships, and of course, it must be people that is totally unemployed. The percentages, I didn't put the percentage in yet. We are working on the previous percentage, 65% youth, 55% youth, 65% female, and 2% people with disability. That percentages might change. Right now, we are failing miserably in terms of attracting youth to the program. And there's many reasons for that. It's not a Western Cape issue, it is a national issue where the program doesn't attract enough youth. And I think it's to do with the work that we identified for them to do. I don't think people want to sweep the streets in an orange overall, a black bag and a broomstick. That's not sexy for a youth. I don't want to do it as a person. So it is important that we, as the municipality, as institutions, CBOs, NGOs, identify work opportunities that gives dignity to a person, but also provide a pathway. I know if I come to the municipality, I help with administration. I'm learning all the stuff in not just the administration, but also how does the municipality operate. When I started back in 2009, I had no idea of how municipalities operate. But through the years, I got experience now. If somebody is placed at the municipality level, that person will learn how municipalities and council and all that goes together with the work that you are doing. So that's exposure. So we need to be able to give youth that kind of exposure. And not I'm using the municipality as a workplace example. I'm not going to go through here because I think I've said that. The new policy are saying, and we started to affect this already, all our 60-year-old participants exited in July. About 2,500 people were exited out of the program in July. If my birthday is in November and I'm turning 60 in November, I will get a notice from CWP 30 days in advance to say that November is your last month of working. Because 60-year-old is the top limit, and people will be exiting as they're turning 60. Unfortunately, we had to offload the bulk of the 60-year-old participants across South Africa, and I think it's about 60,000 people that was 60 and older across all provinces, and they were all offloaded. A new thing in CWP, also, if you exit the program, whether it's voluntary or compulsory, you are not allowed to re-enter the program ever again. And I think that's also okay, because we need to give other people an opportunity to access the program. This is the smart partners. I see the new policy doesn't call them smart partners. We now call them community development partners. And it ranges from government up till the NPOs and CBOs at the bottom end. I'm not going to go through that because I've spoken to that one already. I want Knysna municipality to also be the first municipality that puts a proposal forward to the Community Innovation Fund. And this fund is there to address any innovative ways that municipalities and communities has come up with to address a particular need within a community. Now, nobody in South Africa right now, up till today, have applied for this fund. This fund has been in existence now for a year. It's a new fund, and I would like this municipality to be the first municipality to apply for this fund. And we will, of course, support the application. We will also work with the municipality to develop the application, but it is on the municipality to identify what the project must be. And it's very simple. The only criteria is that it must address a community need. Waste management is a community need. Clean water is a community need. It can be linked to the municipality as well. It doesn't have to be something just for for communities. You are serving communities. And if there is an innovative idea, something that is different, then please talk to us so that we can go through the process of putting a proposal together and test how quickly this fund release the funds. And I think it is there for the taking. I'm not going to highlight, I'm only going to highlight two things. One, I think it's important that we do understand my first slide. When participants come into this program, they come into the program for the wage. That's a given. They come into, they are also getting work experience for at least 16 hours per week, which gives them that experience and exposure. They come into the program for skills development, and they will then, all of that will lead to job readiness. Like I was saying, let's de-risk employment for the labor market. The other one that I would just want to focus on here is the benefit for the community. The work that we do as a program must be of public good. That means it must benefit the community, and therefore it must have some sort of social or service value that the program adds to communities. I think CWP already does that, but I also think that we can do it much better than what we are doing it right now. The focus, Speaker, I'm almost done. The focus of CWP, I have broken it up in two. You will see that on the left-hand side of the screen, that is more service delivery programs, where the program and the minister is saying both municipalities and CWP belongs to the Department of Cooperative Governance. Well, I might use the wrong word by saying belong. So therefore, the program must support municipalities in terms of their service delivery. So on the left-hand side, you will see most of the service delivery items that the policy is talking about. But on the left-hand side, we must also acknowledge that food security in South Africa will be an issue for a long time if programs like this doesn't acknowledge it and put programs on the ground that addresses food insecurity. COVID has shown us two sectors that's very vulnerable. The health sector, it totally under-resourced, and then also the early childhood development. So many ECDs closed during the COVID period, and I think the program recognized that early learning is most probably the one area where government and all spheres of government need to put energy towards. And the program will continue to do that. And the new component of CWP, it's not really new. It was in the program, then it disappeared. But it's back now into the policy, and it's micro-enterprise development, because there is ways that we can increase the success rate that we have right now. We are failing as a country. We are failing miserably when it comes to entrepreneurship and small and medium enterprise development. The new thing in CWP, and I think there's going to be a lot more conversation between the program and the municipality itself. There's this expectation that CWP gets institutionalized at the local level, at the municipal level, and therefore the CWP municipal unit must be established. Who sits on there? What is the function? That we are waiting for the implementation model to get a little bit more meat. But what I can say is that the unit will report to this structure. Our local reference committee will report to this unit. So I don't want to say too much around what this unit will look like, where in the municipality it will be placed, because the policy is not clear, and we're waiting for the manual to give us a little bit more meat around the CWP municipal unit. So I'm going to skip this slide, and we can revisit that once we've got more information around that. The structure that we have here, that Jackie represents the municipality, was always called the local reference committee. The new policy is saying that let us call it the local stakeholder committee. So it's not LRC anymore. It's going to be now LSC, which is, it's going to take time to get used to that. The municipal unit must be part of that. Additional members must be allowed to come onto the program. For example, EPWP, we now have an MOU with EPWP. Big business must be allowed to sit on the LRC, depending on what value are they bringing to the program, and they will now be allowed to be part of the program. And lastly, the LRC or LSC, as it's now known, will report to the municipal unit, who must sit on there. Previously, ward councillors were not allowed to be part of the program. The policy is saying, not the program, the local reference committee. The policy is now saying ward councillors will now be, it will be expected of ward councillors, especially where the program is implemented, to serve on the LRC or LSC now. Then we would like some sort of academic or research institution, whether we will find it in Neisner or in the Garden Route, we will look for that, but because the research component is going to become important to identify jobs in the next 5 years. I can't do it. I don't have the time to do it. I don't have the skill to do it. And I think that is where your research institutions will start to play a role. Neighborhood watch, because community safety will still be part of CWP, because if you look at, there is no neighborhood that is safe in South Africa anymore. Doesn't matter where you stay. Then the project implementator, right now we don't have an IA or the implementation agent. DECOG is implementing the program directly, and therefore myself and Mr. Lamani are employed by DECOG. There is no talks of the appointment of IAs in the next couple of years. So I think the program will be implemented by the department itself at least up till 2030. Your NGOs and your CBO sector will need to be represented. And then, of course, the media representative, local media representatives. And the reason for that is to help change the perception of CWP. Because I know I've been in this council many times before where people are saying that CWP participants are sitting under a tree, sweeping a square meter for the whole day. Now, that's not adding value. And I think that is the perception. And with this new model, we now need to keep communities informed about the successes that the program is achieving at every level. And I think that is one way of changing the perception of CWP. Important, you can see that the people that will sit on this structure, the role of them are also going to change, because now you can't have 10 ECDs principals sitting on the LRC, because look at what they need to do. They need to write project proposals. They need to identify the suitability when we bring partners in, like the Renji Energy partner that we want to bring to Neisner. They must look at the suitability of that particular project. They must design sectorial projects, for example, agricultural projects, waste management projects, ECD projects, or whatever sector we are involved in Neisner. You cannot expect that from 10 ECD principals. I'm not underestimating them, but I'm just saying that we need to up the game in terms of who sit on the structure, because the expectation of the structure is much higher as from the implementation of the new policy. Of course, they are going to play a role in terms of the selection of participants and also in terms of the implementation of the program, specifically around the finances, making sure that procurement happens at the local level, and also developing of the business plan for a particular financial year. And I think, Speaker, that is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to take a few questions. I would like to spend a maximum of 10 minutes on question and answers, because we'll take this item to a workshop to flesh out all the nitty-gritty. I've got Councillor Sabah, Councillor Vanston, the Mayor, Councillor Tikolo.
Thank you, Speaker, and I just want to say thank you very much for the presentation. It's most welcome and very interesting. I just wanted to raise a few things that I see that later on you did address some of the concerns that I had. You indicated that we have had 1.5 million people that have entered the program since 2009, but yet only 30,000 people transitioned into mainstream. That's a 2% success rate at a cost of 12 billion. So really, at the end of the day, is it value for money? What is our return on investment? I'm a little bit concerned about that, because what we're trying to achieve is trying to get more unemployed people into mainstream economy, and it doesn't seem to be that we're succeeding in terms of that. So it's a concern with regard to what we're looking at. Then in terms of the performance and outcomes, in terms of that, is it sustainable in terms of being able to create jobs going forward, in terms of job opportunities? So what is the process? How do we monitor those that enter the program, and how after the program they've been able to sustain employment in the sector, or actually go into a self-entrepreneurship program? Is there some kind of monitoring to determine the successes, the outcomes thereafter? We indicate that there is a 9 million rand, you said, and then there must be an additional 9 million rand from external stakeholders. Now we talk about the local stakeholder committee. To what extent do we also then include the various business chambers that we have that operate within the area? Because I think if we could engage with them and bring local businesses into it, we have a major problem here in NISA with regard to unemployment, particularly amongst our youth. We want to bring in TVET colleges, South Cape colleges, various technical training skill colleges, things like that. It's all fair and well to train and get them into it, but when they've got no job experience, they can't find employment. So we need to be able to engage with businesses to ensure that they agree to employ people out of these training programs on a stipend, so that they then come out with a skill together with experience, so that they can then find employment. We keep, in terms of this municipality, talking about growing our own timber, but yet we fail dismally in that. We continue to outsource, get people from outside of NISA to do the work that's required, and if we can grow our own timber and run this program successfully, I think we can create a lot of jobs within NISA in the communities that are unemployed. So just how do we manage that? And really, at the end of the day, my concern is that the performance in terms of monitoring the participants after the program. What progress is there? How successful are we in terms of, if we've got 1,000 people entering the program, we know that there's at least 50% that actually find employment, and a sustainable employment in terms of long term. How do we address that, and how do we manage it through this program? Thank you.
Councillor Vanston.
Thank you, Speaker.
Please keep it brief, if I may ask.
Yeah, I can try. Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, everybody. Mr. Daniels, it's lovely to see you again. Welcome to NISNA. Through you, Speaker. CWP has got such beautiful potential. I know, I speak from experience. I was the site manager many years ago for CWP NISNA, and the current mayor was my assistant. It's amazing to see how life cycles turn and bring you to where they do. But Mr. Thando Matiko and myself had this program flourishing in NISNA many years ago. However, as per your request, Speaker, I have questions around the moratorium. You mentioned that there's a moratorium on the recruitment due to the budget. I would like to know any idea of when that will be lifted. What is our current participant active rate for NISNA? Also, you mentioned that there will be 220,000 new participants in the future. How many of those are allocated for NISNA? There was also the discussion around You know, the potential of CWP is the job creation opportunities in artisan, artisan training. We as a municipality in our infrastructure, our technical services and our community department, this is a great opportunity to absorb and benefit out of CWP participants. We need the additional labor and hands, and they need the skills and the training. So I strongly recommend through you, Speaker, to the directors to please consider CWP participants in our infrastructure, plumbing, community services, parks and cemeteries, and any other need that there is for this municipality. It's a great benefit to have CWP there. And then I'd also like to specifically reiterate into my ward of Karatra, there are not sufficient participants there. That's why we need to find out in the recruitment. This is a ward that benefits in this program. It's a rural area. Many years ago, COCTA promised that they would create job opportunities and vacancies would be prioritized within that ward before I was even a councillor, and I do not see that happening, so I'd like that to be followed up, please. And then also, I'm so happy to hear about my last question, the 60-year-old participants that had to exit. Do they qualify and are they currently able to claim UIF now that they've exited? And then my last suggestion is that please take note of the innovative community innovative funds, the CIF. I definitely would recommend that we would be able to submit and look at that, and we can start with a community project in Ward 2, the leading ward. CIF would absolutely benefit Karatra. And then my last recommendation is that we could please possibly look at having CWP updates as to the participant amounts, the programs, and where we are at as a standing item through our Section 80's agendas. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Good morning, councillors. Good morning, guests from Public Participation Province, Ms. Pumla, the team, Mr. Daniels. Myself and Mr. Daniels speak a come a long way since 2009 and 2010. He was my facilitator at this municipality while I was doing leadership of LED. Then we work again in CWP 2016. So I'm speaking to someone that I know. I have just two questions I just wanted to check. I know that I don't want to confirm that the current budget plan, is it 9 million? Because I know in 2017, myself and Councillor Cleon, we had about 6.3 million budget in terms of salaries and stuff for the site for Neisner alone. Just want to check how many participants we have in currently. And also want to also support Councillor Cleon on that, because I believe that as a municipality, we are not doing enough. I've also raised it in my last week Monday meeting, that we're having CWP who's been here for almost 9 years, but we're not utilizing at its market value, at its value. We're just saying that, no, CWP, they are there. And there are also good, wins and also exit plans that have been there in the past. It's not that, because some of the people that were deployed in schools, clinics, today they are permanent there, because they went there because they went and worked. They didn't just went there and be CWP. Some of them are saying that because I've started in CWP, I was recognized in the school. So now I'm a caretaker in this school. Now I'm working in clinic. You can go there. The list is there. You can go to the schools, Congo Dia, Tembelicha, Congo Dia Clinic. You'll find there's some, even in Sedgefield schools, because when those were deployed in those schools, they went and worked. And then the principal and the team, they said that these ones are impressive. When we have posts, we're the first one that we need to take them. So also on the CIF program fund, I think we'll take that on. We'll speak with our management. We have to apply for it and take that one on. I just wanted to check on the LRC. Previously, they used only to be a speaker that is representing council. But now I see that we are extending to all councillors, ward councillors. Are you not opening too wide in terms of politics? You know, we represent different political parties as well. You know, when we have councillors in the stakeholders' engagements, sometimes we tend to give, but if you have one person that is representing the stakeholders and council, it creates much sense of energy. Also, I'll argue that your team, the local team, also and ourselves, that you check with your Afro Forum, you check your business chamber, you revive NISA, so that they can be part of the program in terms of assisting. We have participants. Some of the participants doesn't have work opportunities, but we have these stakeholders that are outside that can trade them. Revive NISA is always reviving NISA, cleaning and also painting and doing a lot of things in the CBD, same as Revive Searchfield. Also Afro Forum, if you look in the recently, they have painting roads, closing potholes. So I think those are some of the stakeholders that CWP NISA should approach in terms of assisting in terms of our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Tiakolo.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Good morning, everyone. Speaker, I'll be brief. Just on the unit that Mr. Daniels spoke about, I know you did mention that there's not a clear or there's not a lot of information on that. But Mr. Daniels, as a councillor, I do want to make it very clear that the department likes to propose or bring new things to municipalities and ask them to perform certain functions. And at the end of the day, they don't fund those functions properly. One of the examples is human settlements. We used to receive here about 67 million. The grant now has been cut. I think we're sitting at 30 million now. So I think as more and more engagements are happening and as the plan continues to be drawn up, a clear, sustainable financing plan needs to be put in place. And municipalities must be given an option as to whether they do want to adopt that and have a unit inside of it or they don't. Because as I'm saying, Mr. Daniels, these things end up now being the burden of council, and council has got minimum resources. So if they come up with that plan, it must be really clear and be sustainable, and they must fund it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Charlie.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to Mr. What. Thank you. Mine is just, I want you to send my message to your colleagues or to those who are above you. Just tell them that Councillor Charlie have asked them, did they look? Let's start with the president of the country. How old is he? Now you come and say a 60-year-old cannot work. They must go look at Angie Mutsecha and Gwede Mantashe and all those people who are working there. Now, to me, it doesn't sit well, because I don't know if they are living in heaven. They don't live amongst us. To say that if you are 60, you expired, you are not going to work at the EPWP, as if this is so much money that they are giving, even for our youth, for them to say that they can work 2 days a week. I know half a loaf is better than nothing, but let us do something for our people. You know, to these people who are 60, I've got my elder sister, she's 73, and she's still working. The Bible says, look me the krag, wat jy het, hulle het nog krag, maar jy knip hulle krag. So, that's the message that I want you to tell them. This age restriction thing is not working, because we as councillors, we are not telling those mamas that we don't want you to come and vote for us. Because you can go at the loan shacks. Those pensioners, they are standing in those queues every month when they are getting their SASSA money, old age grant money. So I want you to tell them that they should look thoroughly on this 60-year age restriction thing. It is not working. It's a painful, because I know you can go there. There are grandmothers who are staying with children. And at the end of the day, under November, you as a grandmother, you can't tell your grandson that I can take you to the bush. And it costs money. So they must also think when they are sitting there, they must start with Ramsa, they come with all of them and say you are over 60, setback, then we can send to the people now. This is this thing that we are 60, you can't work anymore. That's all that I want to tell you. And this thing, please, make it 3 or 4 days so that they can at least, you know, how much is a all-star? If you are going to say that, because they have no choice. The youth, they do need job. But now if you are going to say, CWP is only 2 days. So it's that magneta ana stress bokandala. Can we please come up with something? Because some of those who are working here, they've got grade 12, they went to Tertius, they went to Cape College, Southern Cape College and so ever. They are sitting with degrees there, there's no job. Now they're gonna go and do this for 2 days, picking up the Huggies, the debt and the diapers and all these things. We should think of these things because we are not staying in heaven, we are staying here. Please, just tell them that this 60 then, hulle moet daar begin by die mense daar om te sê, julle kan nie in parlement wees because of julle ouderdom.
Thank you, Councillor Charlie, Councillor Chengwa, and then Councillor Lowe.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings, MM, as well as your managers, Executive Mayor and your team. Speaker, mine is going to be very simple. Let me start by welcoming this important presentation. Guys, thank you very much for this presentation. I think I must begin by saying, as management of CWP, thank you very much for what you're doing. The work which you guys are doing, you are doing a great job. I know you are agents. This is a government program. And I think let me start by saying that. The second thing which I just wanted to double check from the presenter, I've just forgotten the name. In your presentation, you spoke about 12 billion. And I'm not sure that, that 12 billion, out of that 12 billion, 6 billion goes to the participants. I'm not sure, are we talking about Naisna or is it Garden Route?
Our country.
Oh, that's nothing. No, then let me leave the rest of the question. Anyway, where I wanted to go, as I've started, I think I'm covered by the mayor as well as Councillor Winston. I think I'm quite covered. Look, I'm a ward councillor in Ward 8, right? And now let me park the rest of question. And if we're going to talk about 6 billion for the whole country, I can see that's one of the reasons why you guys are struggling to buy these black rubbish bags, you know, because that is a challenge which I'm sitting with, right? When I'm saying that's a challenge which I'm sitting with, you know, we've got a dedicated team. I'm going to speak with Ward 8. All those ladies who are working in that area, you know, your local manager will understand. You know, others are working this area of Masifunde and the surroundings. The other team works in Concordia. You sometimes find those guys resting, not sleeping. I listen to people saying that those people are lying under the trees the whole day, you know. And if they don't have tools of trade in a form of black plastic bags, because I know number of times I had to go and buy out of my own pocket those plastic bags. So hence I wanted to understand, if we spoke about very serious millions, who is supposed to be providing the black plastic bags? I'm not going to speak about other things, because I was informed that some of those people are getting 3 plastic bags. Hence I had to go and buy for them, myself as the council. You know, I did call the local office, you know. So if we can also just check, you know, as to how can we best meet them halfway, you know. The second thing, coming back, Director Douglas, community service. You know, I'm not sure what is our contribution to that effect in terms of assisting those people. Remember, those people, part of what they are doing, they are assisting the municipality in terms of making sure our areas are clean. They are assisting the municipality in terms of making sure those areas are clean. We are not paying those people as the council. CWP government is paying those people. So hence I wanted to understand, where do we fit in as local municipality, in terms of meeting them and provide them with plastics? Because I'm going to be told, I spoke to Jackie, I spoke to your officials, Mr. Douglas, where we are going to be told there are no plastic bags. Hence, I went in as far as buying bags for those people, myself, So I wanted to get that. The last thing which I want to say, and I want to support the mayor, I want to support Councillor Winston. If we can really, just absorb some of those colleagues, in terms of, bring them in the municipality. There's number of departments. The mayor have made mention a very important thing, which is the challenge, the issue of potholes. We know we've got public works, which is dealing with potholes. There are young, vibrant young people which can assist us in terms of the closing of potholes, in town, so that we can really meet each other halfway. Because I know the issue of the economy, is not really in our favor.
Time,
So if
Councillor.
we can,
Councillor,
oh,
thank you.
my time is,
Yes, 5 minutes, done. Thank you. Councillor Lowe.
Thanks, Speaker. I just want to greet the Mayor. I want to greet the MM and his staff, his directors. I want to greet the officials from the government. The government are failing us. The government are failing us. The government keep us in bondage. The government of the day. They are in charge of the country with their partners. And why I'm saying this? This thing of our people must just pick up papers, it's not working. This is not working. Secondly, if you look into what they are earning, I think some of them are earning 800 rand a month, if I'm correct. 1,000 rand. Huh? Yes. What is the salary wage, living wage, according to labor, per month? Are we paying these people the labor rate per hour? Are we paying them the labor rate per hour? What we actually are doing? Because if you look into our unemployment, we talk about 33% in the country, our unemployment rate. The only thing this program is for elections. This program is only for elections. To keep our people so our people can see they are dependent on the government. That's why we have this program. The program must be like, we must know precisely we are going to deal to building boats. Then we train the people in that skill so they can build boats. We are struggling today in our country we have a problem about food security in our country. That is where we have to go in. Because we import our food to come from Brazil, must come from India. What are we doing while we have land? And this is what we have to focus on. We have to focus on how we can even transform the country in a construction size like in 2010. And this is the thing that we have to look in. What is happening at the moment now? We have put a lot of committees in place and think this is going to solve the problem. What we must do, we must identify what is the strong points of the gardener route. What are the gardener routes strong in? And then we tap into that and try to get the skills of our kids so they can stand on their own. That's why kids are going, okay, now I will be part of that program because I will only use it for spending money or to do my, But if you come to Knysna and say the hospitality is one of the things that Knysna is dealing with, how can we as Knysna, as the Knysna municipality, with the provincial and national government, said, tap into that and said, hospitality, it is one of the things that we need in Knysna that we are dealing with. How are we dealing with the vacant land in Karatara that we can deal with food security and employ our young people so they can go there, they can be trained how to deal with food security in our areas. This is the thing that we have to look into. Secondly, I'm not unhappy with, because the rate for paying is about 4,000 something rand, a living wage, a living rate for our people. But what we are getting, 1,200 rand, it can never be correct. It can never be correct. So if they can say, oh, they must double that, from 1,200 at least to 2,400 rand, then at least we're moving somewhere. So mine is that, and also they have to look into the private sector, how the private sector can be part of it. Because it's not only the municipality that can create jobs, but also the municipality must create a safe environment with the private sector so they can create jobs. And then we can say, now we can work together. When people go to work at the school and at libraries, because I can say to you, when the program started, I don't know who was the president at that time. Was it Zuma or was it Thabo? The idea was also so people can have a skill when they leave the program. And that is important. When does someone go to the school and work there at the school or at the library? They
Councillor
mustn't
Lowe,
just-
time.
Yes, not at the library. There must be a skill out of that. We must try to get the CITAs involved so all people can have these skills.
Thank you.
That is my take on it.
Thank you. Deputy.
Morning, Mayor, MM and team, councillors. It's a very good program, but this program is a temporary solution for our people in the country. We need permanent solutions for young people, for people who are unemployed. This is not giving someone dignity in letting them sweep. You mentioned the youngsters of today don't want to sweep the streets anymore. But what government needs to do, and yes, you're adding up this amount of people that you put, I think 220,000, am I correct? Somewhere around there. And what they do here, they're adding that to their statistics and say that they have created so much jobs, which is actually not the gospel truth if you look at it. It's opportunities that they have created, not created jobs. Because why? If you're creating something like a job, and where government are saying when it's the inauguration and that speech that Cyril is doing, then he says he's got a good story to tell, and then they add that 220,000 with that, but it's not the truth. The truth that we need to look at, and yes, we can't come down on you guys, but maybe you're the wrong people to tell these things, but we want permanent solutions. We want real jobs for our people. We want people to earn a decent salary to maintain their households, their families, their children, to pay for them at school. If you look at 2 days a week, it's nothing. It's 8 days a month. It's nothing for our people. So what I want to ask, and this I can, maybe this is the correct people to ask this, look at, maybe give these people more hours to work. I think the basic conditions of employment are allowing the people to work, what, 40 40 hours, if not more. So can't we then look at that maybe in order for us to justify a program like this? You understand? And also to basically justify that the people can earn a decent salary. Because at this stage, what are our people, they can't. Really, it's already hard for them to get away with the grants that they're getting, the child welfare grants, the pensions, and now we're still bringing them back to a 1,800 rand, which is absolutely nothing. So if they can work more days, get more money, but as you say, you only have 6 billion for the country. You guys must really try, and we urging, or I'm urging you from my side to, if we want to bring the dignity back, bring permanent dignity back, not just for a certain period. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Andrews, and then I'm going to allow a bit of feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. From my side, Speaker, I also want to thank the leadership of the CWP delegation that is here, Speaker. I won't be long. I just want to say I thank them because from an LRC point of view, being a ward committee up until now, I have seen the fruits that some people have gotten out of this program. Going from 2 days work and casualing at certain companies for 3 days and then becoming permanent at certain institutions like your schools and your old age homes and stuff. I have paid for 4 people at one of the old age homes as nurses that was doing CWP. They are also now employed in different old age homes in Knysna on a permanent basis. So I know the fruits coming from a CWP level, learning things in the institution, finding their dream, and speaking to me as a councillor to say this is the path I want to go. So it's just for us that understands the program. And we know this is not a permanent solution, but it's to uplift and upskill the people in your community. So that's why I'm grateful for this program. One thing that's bothering me is the thing of UIF. I think you must consider that thing of because many of these people get the casual or opportunity to work for 3 days in different institutions that requires UIF. So, but it's not how can I say, it's a salary of 2,000 or so, but they are deducting that. I know your CPF is in Knysna is also making use of CWP. There is our parking attendants. They are doing it for 2 days a week through our CWP program, and the other times they are doing it out of their own. The CWP program is working for us, especially me that is involved. It's working through your CPF, your police office, your Bambanani. I think our Bambanani, I'm not sure if our Bambanani teams are also going through a CWP program. I must just make sure. But some of them receive an intense incentive that requires UIF. So I think the UIF part we must look into. I know our, what is the other, there's an organization in my ward called the Werkswinkel. It's disabled people. They are getting 200 Rand a month just for building stuff that is out of the organization's funding. They're also receiving some of them are receiving their pension grants, disability grants, and they are doing the 2-day program through CWP, through that program. That is very helpful. We have managed to put in more people from Reenendal. We want to try to put more people from other areas also into the program at the Werkswinkel, because that is where you upskill your disabled people to do certain stuff. But that's why I'm saying, I want you to reconsider the part of UIF, because some of our people have a 3-day job that requires UIF. So I think that is one thing that is bothering me. Okay,
Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Mr. Daniels, can you just give a very brief feedback? And I want to close this item in the next few minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Sabah, I'm going to start with you. I think your questions around monitoring the exiting. We've got a system in place, but it's not 100% because sometimes your participant would leave without informing the program in terms of where the person is exiting to. So we've got a system of tracking participants. I think when we work with our partners, whether it is the national partners that we have, like the 46 big business, or municipalities, the tracking would become much easier. But when people exit the program to partners outside of our scope, it becomes a little bit difficult because right now people exit the program without even informing the local site office. So the tracking system will never be 100%. But we do have a process of doing that. Just in terms of the 1.5 million people and the 30,000 people exiting in the mainstream economy in terms of value add. Remember, for the last 15 years, the program has never been looked at a job creation program. It was always a safety net program. So there was never a focus of exiting people into the mainstream economy. It's in the last 2 or 3 years that we are changing the mindset. EPW is doing the same because I sat in a meeting with the minister the other day, and I think we are all excited about how the public employment programs are reshaping itself, reimagining itself in terms of creating jobs instead of just being a safety net program like CWP. So I think in the next 15 years, the value add will be seen in a different way. You're absolutely right. The business chambers of Neisner, of the Garden Route, needs to become one of the bigger players in CWP because that is our future job creators, the employers of people in the program. So I'm suggesting that we need to engage with them so that they can give us a list of skills required in the next 5 years and train people towards that skill. So I'm saying if I'm a youth and you're putting me in this program and you don't have a pathway for myself, and that's just me, I would not enter into this program. I will find somebody that can help me become self-sustainable by a decent job, good qualification. Because otherwise I'm gonna miss the next 5 years of my life by just staying in a program like this. So I think it's important that we do link business employment opportunities through the business chamber and then train them up. And the business chamber should be able to guide us in terms of what training is needed. Exactly, yeah. So that is a definite, and that is where the program wants to be. And that is why we need to work with local people, because I don't know who to contact as the business chamber to bring them on board and have this type of discussion with them. Councillor Leon, you are absolutely right. There is a lot more that we can do. I want to start off with the moratorium. The moratorium is going to be lifted in 2026. When in 2026, I don't know. I'm really hoping that they would open it up by at least April. The way I see it, all our current participants will be offloaded because by then they would be 5 years in the program. Remember, the policy is saying no longer than 5 years. All our current participants are 5 years in the program. So I'm hoping that as we offloading people at different stages, we will then start uploading new participants. But the new recruitment must be specific, like I was saying. Otherwise, we're going to have a repeat of the last 15 years. So that one is around the moratorium. If we increase the number of communities to 5,000, how many of that will land up in Neisner? So the number of participants will increase nationally, but it doesn't necessarily mean that NISA will now become 1,000 sites. Remember, I'm saying from 2,500 communities to 5,000 communities. So other municipalities will be brought on board to make up the other 2,500 communities. So it doesn't necessarily mean that NISA now will automatically increase its number. Unfortunately, I can't give you that assurance. In terms of the NSBRC, we are talking to Pumla to give us a list of people that can go through this three-month course, artisan skills program. Absolutely important that the skill also are given to people in this community so that they can work closer with the community service department. I think we are missing one big point. And Mayor, please help me with this. If we've got 500 opportunities, full site, for NISNA, and we are saying 200 of that opportunities will support service delivery of municipality. The only thing that the municipality must do is to manage the 200 hands every day. To say, today we are working here, and there's a four-person or four-lady of the municipality making sure that the work is done. First of all, number one, the municipality will save on wage. Second one, more hands will mean more work can be done in the shorter space of time, isn't it? So we need to start looking at CWP as a resource and not as a add-on. And I think once we make that mindset, you can see that CWP can genuinely support municipal service delivery. The number of participants in Karatra, Councillor, I think it will become important once we lift the moratorium, that you can already now start identifying pathways. Once you've got the pathways in Karatra, there's no way that another ward without a pathway will be accommodated first. So I would suggest that the way of increasing the number of participants across any ward is to focus on the pathway. Once we've got that clear, we will then put the face to the pathway, meaning recruiting that person that fits the pathway. And I think that's important. I'm happy that you indicated that the fund, you must make that a priority. The current number of participants in the program is 340 for NISNA after the offloading of our participants. I think it was over 100 people that was offloaded in July in NISNA, and that's why the number is so low. Unfortunately, we cannot recruit to get the number up because of the moratorium. Councillor Lowe, there's some comments that where's Councillor Lowe again? Councillor Lowe, there's some comments that I'm not gonna respond to. No, but I'm getting to your actual issues. Which is the salary issue, the minimum wage. Remember, this program falls under EPWP, and therefore both programs are governed by the ministerial termination. So we cannot compare the program to any kinds of employment outside of the ministerial determination. Unfortunately, the minister determined the daily wage. It is 1,200 rand for your 8 days. I'm saying, let's look at the program. If we implement the new policy, I can almost promise you, we will not have an issue with the 1,500 rand, because it is not about the 1,200 rand. It is about the scaffolding. How do we build the next scaffold for the person to finally exit the program? So our youth we must use the program to encourage youth and link them, not just encourage them, make it easier for them to go for further education and training, whether it's through your CETAs or your South Cape College or through universities. I still believe, Councillor, that education is the one tool that we have to really push poverty away. So I'm an ex-teacher, so I still believe education is the way to go. So let's not look at the program as an employment program, because it's no longer employment program. It is a scaffolding program. It's a pathway program. And if we look at the program in that particular way, and giving people a stipend by helping them to get out of the program, I think we're doing exactly what needs to be done. Simple example, Councillor. Right now, somebody called me on Monday. They want to give a learnership to the participants in any town, in any rural town. The stipend for the learnership is 3,000 rand. So if you put that 3,000 rand as a stipend, together with the minimum wage of CWP, it's over 4,000 rand. I'm still saying the program mustn't be the employment net that it was. It must be seen as, if I go into CWP in 5 years' time, where will I be in terms of my education or in my employment? So I use the program to get to where I want to be. And I think if we make that change, the current rate of CWP would not matter. Of course, today matters, because today needs to put food on the table. So I'm not taking that away. That's the reality that people have in our communities.
Sorry, councillors, can we not have a dialogue,
Yeah,
please? Please.
You are also right by saying that the private sector, like Councillor Sabah was saying, we need to involve the private sector, because they are future employers of CWP participants. Councillor Teikolo, I think you are absolutely right about the municipal unit and how that will be funded. All the things that you've said, I agree with that. And I think let us wait and see what this unit will look like, where will it be placed, how will it be funded, and then make a decision whether the unit will be institutionalized or not. Councillor Charlie, I also hear all of what you are saying. My question to your particular issue around the 2 days, you are right. But I'm not justifying anything. I am saying right now, that is our budget. For Naisna, I highlighted it's 7.3 million rand. And that is only based on the two days. So if we want to increase the number of work days, let us increase that number through our partnerships. Like, for example, Councillor Andrews was saying, and Councillor Andrews, there's so many examples of what you were saying. We've got people at schools, now they are full-time employed by the school. So let us try to work with our partners to see if our participants can increase the number of work days or work hours, like the mayor, deputy mayor was saying, by the partnership that we have. And I think if we can do that, we increase experience and we increase exposure, but also increase the wage at the same time. Councillor Chengwa, you are right. We are struggling right now, Councillor, with the budget. So it is important, if we are doing work in any ward, by cleaning and greening, which I really don't want our participants to do anymore. If we are doing a certain job, working with the municipality, let the municipality also come to the party by at least providing the black bags. Councillor Andrews, I just want to confirm what you were saying. I am going back around the UIF issue. I've never had somebody explain it to me like you've done it now, so I now understand what is the issue. It is not a general issue. We need to look at specific instances, like the example that you made. I just want to make one more example, Speaker. There's an organization called Mrs. Sendani, and please Google them. They are in Somerset West. They went out and recruit, according to their criteria, unemployed youth. I was there on the first day. Now, unemployed youth, you can look at them and you can see that they are unemployed because they've been stripped of their dignity. 6 months later, I went back to their graduation. You can see the purpose in life. You could see they are professional because they've got this auxiliary healthcare worker uniform, the navy blue uniform. But they are all placed in the old age homes around Somerset West, and 90% of them were employed full-time. It's a simple example of how we can create employment. Between being unemployed, the face and the body language, and having a uniform and the qualification, the dignity was absolutely restored. And I think that is what Deputy Mayor was saying. We don't need dignity to be restored for short periods of time. And I'm saying it is absolutely possible through our partnerships to restore dignity for a lifetime and not a short time. Deputy Mayor, I think I addressed some of the issues. I'm not going to respond on using the numbers for stats. The decent salary, I think I've addressed that. The 2 days, I addressed that. The increase in hours, I addressed that. Yeah, I think I've addressed all of the.
Yeah, thanks. Yes,
yeah,
Mr. Daniels, I think you covered just about everything. Thank you very much for your presentation. We welcome it, and I'm sure we've always been a champion of the CWP program, and I'm sure we will take it forward and produce the numbers that is required. Thank you very much for your presentation and your participation in our council meeting today and providing the information for us. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, councillors. I'd like to move along with our agenda as swiftly as possible. Yeah. Sorry? Don't be too optimistic, councillor. All right, we move to the execution list, which is item 9. The execution list is an updated execution list, and it runs back to May when there weren't any execution lists. So you'll see there's a lot of old items on the execution list. Can we note it?
Speaker, just briefly, it's not, there's nothing much. Speaker, let me just first welcome the...
Sorry, just, pardon, sorry. Were there were new employees? Yeah, I actually forgot again. I just want to, before we go to a body break, I just want to introduce our electrical manager. I'd like the MM just to do a brief introduction, please. Yeah. I forgot last time, and I'm not going to forget again. I do apologize.
Yeah, it's Mr. Lindamboto, our new senior manager, electrical. I think some of the councillors would have met him in some of the meetings. Now the team for Mr. Verso is now full with the arrival of Mr. Mboto. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome. I apologize for not introducing you at our previous council meeting. But welcome to the municipality, and I'm sure your expertise in that department will really boost that department. Thank you very much. You're most welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Councillors, just take a 5-minute body break. Please be back. It's now 1:45. Please, 5 minutes. 5 minutes, please. just want just to note that every time you leave the chamber, it is noted by the administration. And there's a lot of movement around that at the moment. So when it comes to the minutes, there is going to be a long list of time in, time out, which doesn't reflect well on the minutes, and councillors not sitting and being part of the meeting. And besides the fact, administration is making constant notes all the time and watching councillors come and go all the time. So please be aware of that, and try and remain seated as long as possible. I know sometimes it's difficult. Councillors, we are now back on the execution list. Councillor Tikolo, you are on the floor. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Speaker. No, Speaker, I want to welcome the execution list. I think it has improved a lot. But just two issues, Speaker. On page 99, the SLA with the garden route, I just want to know where are we now? How far are we with this? Because I see there's a workshop held on 28th of August, but if you can maybe just get an update on that. And also, Speaker, just some clarity on page 109. Item SCO 30625. I just want to understand, Speaker, because I know there was a workshop and there was a transactional advisor who made a presentation. I don't know for which company, because my understanding, I thought the transactional advisor was for the municipality trying to advise us to which way to go. But when he did the presentation, it was as if he's actually selling something to us. So if I can get that, because the gentleman was introduced as a transactional advisor. So if I can get clarity on that, because I was confused when I left that. And I do remember that it was him and is it the garden route who also, the chamber, who also did the presentation. And apparently there was also one outstanding. So if I can just get clarity on those things, Speaker.
Councillor Davis.
Speaker, thank you. This is a brief one on page 95 on human settlements, the title deeds program. There is an item on this relating to the non-spending of the money, the missing money on this agenda. But just on this, there's no status of execution, there's no due date. It's an important report because it speaks about the outstanding title deeds for all the housing projects, and that a comprehensive report will be submitted to the next Section 80. We haven't received the agenda of the Section 80 yet. I assume that it will be on that agenda. If I can just get clarity, I see Dr. Martin just left quickly. So we just need to have that, because we need to have this, because it links to the serious consequence management that will have to be implemented against the missing title deed money. Thank you.
Noted. Thank you. Can we get some response either from, I think, Mr. Douglas on the waste issue?
Yes, but I wanted to talk on item 113.
113, sure.
Good morning, Speaker, Mayor, Councillors, just on the one regarding the MOU with Garden Route, we had an engagement with Garden Route District Municipality. So within the next council meeting, the MOU will be tabled for approval. I did request Mr. Botha for this meeting, but it seems it was a little bit too late to submit the MOU for this council meeting. So it will definitely be tabled at the next council meeting, Chairperson. The one on the waste, Chairperson, on page 109, we are dealing with it via the Section 154 support program now with MISA. So MISA is assisting us now, focusing on all three proposals made. So one of the resolutions in one of the Section 80 committees is that we must go out on a request for proposal to deal with the whole issue of the landfill sites, Chair. So there will definitely be a comprehensive report going forward to Council after we had another engagement, a workshop with the Pegasus appointed service provider at the provincial level. So MISA is assisting us focusing on the waste to energy program.
Thank you.
On the title deed, it's an ongoing program, Speaker. As and when the title deeds are ready for them to be handed over, the office of the minister and the office of the executive mayor is informed to arrange the handing over of those title deeds. Human settlements, integrated human settlement is working very hard to ensure that all the title deeds that are available, they are issued to their rightful owners. Although there are challenges, Chair, because in some of the instances you find that the person who is in the house is not the person who has the title deed. So there is that challenge that we have. But I think in the Section 80, next Section 80 of human settlements, the report will be, the update report will be given. Yeah.
Councillor Sabah.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I note on the execution list there are a number of workshops that are still outstanding, and I think that I would just like to propose that through you a comprehensive list of all workshops outstanding is made, and that we try and see to how we can actually allocate it in our agendas before the end of the year, so we can conclude on them before we go into the new year. Thank you.
It's noted. I've tried to push workshops as much as possible, and it just hasn't been as successful as I'd hoped to get everything onto the agenda, especially in this time frame. But I'll note your concern. Councillor Charlie.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I just want to say that I am glad we are talking about the title deeds. This municipality have no idea what is happening in the northern areas when it comes to title deeds. It's a fight against us, especially when the parents have died. So there's a big, I so wish that they must not look at the RDP houses that they've just handed over to the people. They must go look, like, for instance, in those asbestos in Ward 7. Yesterday I also had people that come into my house. It's about the housing, it's about the title deeds, and this one was told, the municipality, I must go to the rent office. We know that the rent office is not functioning anymore. You don't find anything there. So I so wish that this thing of these title deeds, because it is really causing a chaos to the families. Thank you.
Councillor Lowe, then Councillor Campbell.
Thanks. I'm very glad that the councillors have raised the things of title deeds. We, as in housing, we are working very hard to fast track this process of the title deeds. But also, we must also understand the things of the title deeds is not easy. Because in some families, you get people that are fighting, families are fighting around who must get the house and all these kind of things. But we as housing, we are on par with it. We are going to have a comprehensive update in our Section 19 committee meeting, and then we are going to deal with it, how we're going forward around it. But we are working very hard to deal with it.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Campbell.
Just quickly, on page 114, is Special Council 0208-2025. This is the impact report on fruitless and wasteful expenditure. It says it's withdrawn until such time as the MM receives feedback from Ms. Makoma, whereafter it will be submitted to council. If we could maybe just get some follow-up on that.
Thank you. MM.
Yes, I will start on page 113 on the mega flow issue. I have written a communication to the Speaker, to the Executive Mayor, to the MPEC, advising that there's a lot of information that has been made available by Megaflow, and that my advice would be that that information must be considered by MPEC before we can go ahead, because some of the information talks to the assertions that have been made into the report. So I'm still awaiting guidance from the Mayor and the Speaker in particular, because the information is quite a lot of information that must be sent to MPEC for MPEC to consider some of the recommendations. We have written to Ms. Makoma on several occasions. She has not cooperated. Chair, we have, I think, three, four times. We have made every effort, even to contact her secretary. I was assisted by the legal services, so we everything, I'm satisfied. We have done everything, Chair, around that particular issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Tengwa.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I also want to write on this issue of the issue which the member have just made mention of, the issue of the mega flow. You know, seeing the fact that the municipal manager is saying that. I remember when we had the meeting, and it was also brought to the attention of the committee that, I mean, there is a new information which has been brought between the CFO as well as the municipal manager. So I'm seeing the fact that you are sitting with that that information which still need to come. I mean, before us as council. I just wanted to understand as to how are we going to deal, because from where I'm sitting, if that's the case, and yourself as the accounting officer as well as the chief financial officer, you are happy, you know, I mean, then we definitely need to deal with this particular item of mega flow and rescind that particular the decision which was taken in the previous council meeting. I just wanted to raise that, and I'm raising it as a member of this council as well as the member of the MPEC. I want to be Thank you very much, Speaker, because there is an information, but basically, and if the municipal manager, CFO, they are happy, then we definitely need to rescind, Chair. Thank you.
Councillors, I'm not going to have a total discussion around mega flow now. It is noted on the execution list. We are dealing with it. The MM has dealt with it. We will be dealing with it going forward. Any other new items besides mega flow? You've had one bite. I'm not allowed second bites. Please, councillors, we are not having a discussion around issues. If there are issues that have been raised and have been covered, it is being covered. Councillor Lowe, please go ahead.
Thanks, Speaker. I'm on page 107. I just want to know, all know that there was 107. I'm on that about the dispute properties. We all know that there was a fruitful meeting. I'm very surprised that Councillor Campbell and Councillor Sabaga are very quiet. And she didn't want to ask about how was the meeting that we have with the district garden route around the dispute, but other councillors was not present, Councillor Campbell, so you can't keep the information only for yourself. The meeting was very fruitful, and I believe that we are moving in the right direction. We just need the letter from the district municipality, so then we can conclude the properties that are outstanding that we have to deal with. So this is the report from the meeting that was Councillor Campbell and Councillor Sharon attended, but now they are quiet.
Can we note the rest of the report? Sorry, Councillor Orange, I didn't recognize you. Sorry, I do apologize. You did.
Thank you, Speaker. At the moment, there is no supply of brood toilets because of the on-site alternative toilets. I see there's nothing here at the execution centers here. I just want to know how far is that process? When will that pilot project start? Because of people don't have toilets because of this on-site toilets that will be installed. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that, I think that's coming to the next Section 80 as part of the Human Settlements project plans?
Yes, Speaker, we are going to give them a full comprehensive report so they can understand. Because this blue toilets is inhuman, and we can't have a situation and want to come and brag about blue toilets.
Thank you.
But in that meeting, there will be a full
Thank you.
comprehensive.
Thank you, councillors. Can we note the rest of the report? Thank you. Moving on the agenda, 10.1, report on meetings, functions attended by the Speaker, myself, Councillor Mark Willemse, on page 116. Can we note that? Thank you. Statements and communications by the Executive Mayor, 11.1, report on meetings and functions attended by the Executive Mayor, Councillor Matika. Mayor's been very busy. Councillor Davis.
Just in a minute. Just a reminder, Speaker, to the Mayor. Mayor, it's very painful because remember in the last meetings we spoke about the meeting you were supposed to have with the Youth Committee in Smutsville, and someone was preparing a report and the report never came. So I just want to get some feedback on that because I know they instructed one of the officials to do that report.
and they're going to come back with the feedback. It's like already probably, remember that we did there was a march, and we submitted the petition. So you can just get some feedback on that, please, man, because it's now almost, I think, 2 months already. Thank you.
Mayor.
Thank you. It was the Deputy Mayor, so he's going to answer.
Well, can we note the mayor's report and then we'll revert to the deputy mayor? Thank you. Noted.
We noted the mayor's report, yes.
Thank
Okay,
you.
as per our laws, that was a petition, can I just answer?
Yes, you may.
It was a petition that was filed and handed over to myself with the youth that had some concerns about unemployment, foreign nationals being employed, etc., etc. It was mentioned, but the question came also with my report of the previous ordinary council meeting. The MM then alluded that Charles was dealing with it, over the matter. I'm not sure if that matter is already on CoLab, MM through you, to Charles. And then I think you guys need to basically just give us an answer also. I thought the matter has been dealt with already. Thank you.
Councillor Sabah.
Speaker, yes, I just want to note in terms of all three reports, my disappointment that there was no official Knysna municipality that was participating or was included in the Nedbank gravel burn event that took place, the inaugural gravel burn event that took place. I also note that the Knysna municipality did not put anything out on it. It was a major event. It is an event that's going to continue into the future, which will start here in Knysna.
Councillor Sabah, I'm going to ask you to sit down. It's not relevant to these reports. If you've got a concern,
but it's a concern that the mayor never attended it, or that anybody from the municipality did.
We can question whether invites were sent out and.
Invite sent, and that is relevant. That council.
Let's not open doors that don't need open right now. Thank you very much. I appreciate your notification. Thank you. We move on to 11.3 reports from representatives on the garden route. None. Reports on representatives of the Salga working groups. None. And here.
Sorry, Speaker. Who represents us on garden route now?
We'll get to that. Councillors, I've requested reports from all meetings. If you are delegated to go to a meeting and the municipality has paid for you to attend a meeting, this council expects a report back on your attendance at that meeting. Whether it is in Cape Town, Mossel Bay, George, wherever it is, you have been sent or requested to attend a meeting. Yet there are no reports, and I have a number of occasions where councillors have requested assistance to attend meetings, and we have no reports on any of those meetings that have been attended. As is with the garden. And I know Councillor Struble has tried, he has communicated with the district to send us issues. So Councillor Struble, I do note your effort in trying to get us information and reports, but have been unsuccessful. So I do recognize your effort in trying that, but I expect that from all representatives on any body or any other council that is required, because we do require the information going forward, because the communication is always pertinent. Councillor Charlie.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I hear you. I am speaking because I'm also serving on Salga, but what do we do? Because you always hear in this municipality, there's no money. Now, how can I take from the little money that I'm earning? I must go and buy a ticket and take everything so that I can go there. And when even you are claiming it's going to take 3 to 4 months to receive it. So I think we need to check there. Let there be money in the budget. Let there be money for the councillors who must go and attend these Salga meetings or classes, whatever it is. Mine is, we know for a fact that this municipality doesn't have money. You will always hear that you can't go, there's no money. So mine is, I understand you as a speaker, you need to have a report, but the municipality, they know that there's no money for Salga. That's what I always hear. So I don't think that any of these councillors will take for their money for the municipality who doesn't even want to give us increase so that we can go.
Thank you, Councillor Charlie. There has been budget. There have been occasions where councillors have requested travel, and there has been budget for that. I recognise the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Campbell.
Yeah, no, I actually just wanted to say, and then Salga obviously cover also, but there is just one concern and we need to look into that. If people go to meetings in Cape Town, Saldanha, why are they sleeping over in Mossel Bay and then claim from the municipality? But I will need to, I will bring a formal complaint about that one, Speaker. Thank you.
Councillor Campbell.
I just need some clarity. If I attended an impact forum in Mossel Bay, but I specifically did not ask the municipality to pay because it's unnecessary, it's close to home and I paid for my own petrol, do I still have to report back it was an impact forum? Maybe I missed, I slipped up there. If
No,
you could just give
look,
clarity, thank you.
Councillors, if you are attending a forum or a meeting on behalf of the municipality in whatever capacity, please supply a report back so that we understand whether the municipality pays for it or not. Just as a courtesy that if you are attending in your capacity, in your case, Councillor Campbell, as the chairperson of MPAC, please just reply just with a report, even if it is just the agenda on what was discussed.
I'll do that next week. I apologize, Speaker. Thank you.
No problem. Councillor Lowe and then...
Speaker,
Councillor-
what happened in a situation where you are not the chairperson but you attend, but then you want the municipality to deal with your fundings?
Councillors, it is... I will get to you now, Councillor Davis. Councillors come to my office and I'll approve travel based on the relevance of the meeting. So if it is relevant and it is required, it is my authority that approves it. And that is it. Simple as that. If we've got budget and the request is relevant, I will not be unreasonable to not approve it. As simple as that. But then please have the courtesy to submit a report on the meeting that you have attended. Simple as that. Councillor Davis.
Yeah, Speaker, I don't want to labour the point. Not everybody is good at report writing. What if, as a guest speaker, maybe your office can just draft a little template, name, surname, what was discussed, blah, blah, blah. And then for everyone that goes, they can, at their own leisure, some can write their own reports, but others can actually come get a thing at your office or Jill, get it by Jill, and then just fill in a report, because I know a lot of people, I know some council have mentioned, it's quite comprehensive stuff, so they can just a template with a summary on, so that at least we know what's happening at the different structures. Thank you.
No problem, Councillor. Basically, what can happen, most of the reports are kept on file, just so that it's noted, even if it's just the agenda of what was discussed, and if the detail of that agenda can then be on file that other councillors can go and inspect. That is the same as what is done with myself and the Deputy Mayor under our personal assistant, Kirsty. Everything is on file, and we submit what has been done, so that there is a report on record. Sorry, councillors, I'm not going to labour the debate now. You've had opportunities.
The question was very simple. If you are not the chairperson, but you go there and you are not invited, then what must we still pay for that? Councillor Campbell, can you help me there, please?
No, councillors, please. Let's get on with the agenda. We're not going to go into arbitrary arguments now, so we noted all the reports that are lacking. We now move to items of consideration, which is recommendations from the Mayoral Committee. That is item 12.1, and I'm going to run through them, and the whip will assist me if there are any required comments as we go forward. So I'm going to start with items submitted to the Special Integrated Human Settlements Committee, meeting held on 6th August 2025, SIH S010725, progress on IRF 3, meant to be 3339s, that is a printing error. 3339 Fisherhaven on page 124. Can we go with those recommendations?
Yes.
Item submitted to the Community Services Committee, meeting held on 13 August 2025, SCO 10625, report on municipal health and environmental services for May, June and July. Can we go with that? Yes. SCO 3 0825, audit on all waste facilities within the Greater Knysna. Yes. Councillor Bester.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I note the Director's comments earlier about the waste to energy and the province and MISA helping with that. One other question I have regarding the old place tip. What are we doing to currently manage that site until such time as we have got alternative site to dump our garden refuse, especially relating to the fact that it's continuously burning, which is a health issue. Number two, access control, because everything is dumped right from the gate behind all those houses all the way to the top, and then half of the time the garden services can't even get to the dumping site. So yeah, what plans are we going to put in place to manage that, please?
Councillor Tiokolo and then Councillor Sabah. Councillor Tiokolo, I recognize you. And then Councillor Sabah.
Okay. No, Chair, she wanted to speak first because I was going to deal with the recommendations, actually. But it's fine. No, Speaker, I have been told that to decommission the tip there, the cost is about 19 million. I do want to know as to whether, do we have that in the budget? Have we made provision for the 19 million rands to decommission that? But just also, Chair, Speaker, to deal with the recommendations, if I can just get clarity as to how this process is going to happen, because I see recommendation E, which is, I think, supposed to be D, actually, is actually already calling for proposals. It's saying that a call for proposal for waste management facility be compiled, and F. But D, there's a plan that still needs to be compiled with regard to the closure. So I don't understand as to why do we still need to recommend that a call proposal, proposals for waste management facility be compiled, whilst we haven't done with that. I thought that was going to happen first, and then from that process, we can see whether we do call for proposals or not. But because of I'm standing now, Speaker, I would like to make that recommendation that we only have A, B, and C, which is now standing as D. We remove E and F, because I don't see the point now while we haven't actioned recommendation C as yet. Thanks.
Councillor Sabah.
Speaker, I think I've been covered by Councillor Giacola. I just wanted clarity on whether or not the amount that was spoken about in previous meetings of the 19 million to decommission the landfill site or the garden tip was included in the budget, because we've been told it hadn't. So I just wanted clarity with regard to that in terms of cost implications. Thank you.
Thank you. MM.
No, it's not yet on the budget. I think we will consider it in the next budget of 26-27, because currently we do not have such an amount of money.
Mayor.
No, thank you very much. Yeah, it's true that I don't want us to remove these recommendations, that because we still need a new site. Also, a call for proposal is also needed. As also because at some stage when we had a site visit, PM said that even if we are not going to spend that 19 million, we can always call for proposals for people to come and say that this is what we can do. I know there are many stakeholders out there, what they would like to use, what is there in that site. So a call for proposal will also assist in terms of.
Noted. Mr. Douglas.
Thanks, Speaker. As you can see, the recommendations are systematically and chronologically. So we first need to look at a clear management plan for the existing site. We've just waited for the approval of the MOUs with public bodies. So there are some public bodies interested to assist us in managing that site. We're also busy with a DFFE and the other relevant provincial and national departments to look at the airspace at the existing landfill site. So after the clear management plan is in place, we will definitely have to look at the issue of calling for proposals for a new site. Because we have to close the existing site and also utilize then the material that is there as in a local economic development project to reduce the number of waste on the site.
Deputy, and then Councillor Campbell.
I'm not going to be long. It's actually nothing, but it's just that the numbering of the recommendations is incorrect. It's A, B, D, E, and F. So I think they must just correct it to A, B, C, D, and E. If we can just maybe do that, that's the only thing.
Yeah, that was pulled, it gets pulled off the MACO, and then those recommendations, if there was a C taken out at the MACO, then they just show the letters, but it'll be corrected now in a minute.
I fully understand that, Speaker. It's just that
Yeah.
Someone might just interpret this incorrectly, and then it's been
Noted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Be
Councillor
very
Campbell.
brief, Speaker. The waste, the old place waste site, we've only got a closure license. We have to look for a new site. It's not the one or the other. So they both have to happen. So I agree that the recommendations should be as they are.
Thank you. Councillors, can we go with those recommendations?
Speaker, just then, in light of what the director is raising, that this will follow, maybe then, if you want it properly, the recommendation E, which is supposed to be D, then we say now, after this process, then the call for proposal should happen. Because I'm worried if these recommendations are happening at the same time. And also on the budget that the MM is talking about, can't we accommodate this MM, seeing the urgency of this? This has been happening for a long time. Can't we accommodate it in the adjustments budget, seeing that we've got a surplus? We do have a surplus.
MM?
No, it won't be possible. It won't be possible. That's why our view is that we must start budgeting for 18 to 26, 27 financially.
Mr. Douglas.
Thanks, Chairperson. Yes, and just on what Councillor Chokolo is saying, these processes must run concurrently based on the closure license that we're having for that specific site.
Councillor Lowe.
Now let me move, Speaker, because the chairperson said we must move the item like it is.
So we're just correcting the letterings A, B, C, D, and E, not excluding C. So we're going with those recommendations. Thank you.
Yes, Speaker.
We move to SC 050825, Security-Related Incident Report, May and June 2025. Can we note that? Sorry, I do apologize. Solid Waste Management Monthly Report for June 25. Can we note that? So then we've noted the next one, the Security-Related Incident Report. Sorry, I'm marking incorrectly. That's my problem. SC 060825, the Fairview Satellite Library Operating Hours. Can we note that? Oh, sorry, we go with the recommendations. We're not noting. We're approving the recommendations. SC 070825. Yes, Councillor Vanston.
Thank you, Speaker. As you are all aware of my inputs and feeling and recommendations against that, but what I would like to recommend on this item, please, Speaker, is that we have a report on the functionality and the operations of the Fairview Library. It has come to my attention, and as we know, that library operating is not sufficient anyway, be it on one day a week or every day. There's not sufficient tools of trade, there's not sufficient connection, Wi-Fi connection, there's not enough operating tools of trade to assist working in that library. So I would like to make a recommendation C, recommendation C, that the updated report on the upgrade and functionality of the Fairview Library be submitted to the next Section 80.
Can we go with that amended recommendation? Councillors, do we agree with that?
Yes,
Thank you.
Chairperson.
So we amending that recommendation, administration, have we got that? Thank you. We now move to SCO 70825, Library and Museums Monthly Report, May, June 25. Can we go with those recommendations? SCO 80825, Departmental Report, Social Development and Special Programs. Councillor Bester.
Speaker, through you to council and the officials, yet again I'm going to raise my concerns that we are continuously having to amend our budget. Now, when we did our budget earlier this year, we said that unfortunately our budget doesn't speak to delivering the services that people actually need. Now, again, we're being asked to allocate 5% of our MIC funding, which means 5% less being spent on our infrastructure now for social development. I just feel that we are not taking the budget process seriously within this municipality. And that needs to be stopped, and we need to put the correct measures in place to stop diverting money away from funds. Thank you.
Councillor Vanston and then the Mayor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, the need for a sufficient budget for social development and special programs is a real need. It's care projects that we need in our communities. And we know that this department, their money is always cut. So how are we supposed to bring the change and the care that we need in our communities when their budget keeps being cut? So I feel that whilst we are looking at alternative routes to send budget to the social development and special programs, it is rather concerning that it needs to come from MIG, because MIG is just as important in our infrastructural services and applications that we need for NISNA. So whilst I take note of this, I would just like to plead with the ruling coalition and this municipality and the departments, when we are doing budgets, please, you need to ensure that there is sufficient budget in the social development and special programs for this municipality and the beneficiaries in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor.
No, thank you. I just wanted to, it's legislated that at least 5% must go for funding of the PMU or sports or special programs. So that's why we are taking it there, so that it's also covered in terms of MIG funding, that we are doing social programs and special development. We are not only doing, it's legislated, it must be the 5% for PMU and social programs.
Thank you. That's noted. Can we go with those recommendations? Thank you. SC 090825, Progress Report on the Homeless Shelter. Can we note that report? Or we go with those recommendations of that report? SC 100825, Grass Cutting Cycles per Ward in Greater Knysna Municipal Area. Go with those recommendations. Thank you. SC 110825, Renewal of the Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, for the Safe Hub Initiative. Councillor White.
Speaker, yes, thank you. I see the chairperson of the portfolio has just stepped out. Who's also the ward councillor where their facility is located. I must express my concern, Speaker. The planning section 80 is still awaiting a report on the safety of the facility as well as the Gabion walls. So at this stage, I do not believe we should be approving a recommendation to conclude the MOU between the organization and the municipality for the usage of the Safe Hub. We will be going ahead and signing this MOU, knowing full well there is some concerns in terms of the structural safety of that facility. And even now, the organization that currently utilizes the facility is not making use of the actual site itself. They're making use of outbuildings. So we are pleading with the council to not approve the recommendation at this stage, or at least to defer it. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker, it would be, this matter was deliberated in the Section 80 and in the Mayoral Committee. Hence this recommendation. And if you look at Recommendation D exactly talked to what Councillor White was raising. Currently, Safe Hub has a memorandum of understanding that has come to an end. We are not in a position to take over that facility, Chair. So if we say there must be no memorandum of understanding with the Safe Hub, it means that it must revert to us to run. And at the moment, Chairperson, we are not in a position to do that. Safe Hub is aware of the current facility, and really, I would really request that council must consider, so that there's somebody who's running, who's managing that particular facility. But we can't take it to the municipalities at the moment. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Charlie, then Councillor Lowe. Councillor
No,
Lowe.
thanks, Chairperson. I think that the MM is correctly. Because we also sitting with a shortage of capacity in our, of people, manpower in the municipality to deal with it. But the memorandum of understanding must be very clear that the public also must have access through structures to make use of the facility. That must be very important because when we don't have that, then because sometimes we have these NGOs that on the long term they want to block the community of the people to make use of the facility. So the chairperson have given me a mandate to say that we must go with the recommendation.
Councillor Davis.
Speaker, I concur with my colleague Councillor White. I mean, there is no way that we can, as conscience councillors here, falling under the code of conduct, support this. I mean, the building is not conducive. If you say, okay, right, we have an MOU, but then they must use a different, you can have the MOU, but then they must just be away from where the risks of the building collapsing or the retaining walls. Because at this stage, we don't know what the risk is. And if we support it and something happens, we will be held liable. So unless they're willing to change that, I don't think myself and our caucus are able to support this item, this particular point. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Campbell.
Speaker, I'm just a bit, has an occupancy certificate now been submitted? Because I see D says that the occupancy certificate be submitted. Has it been submitted or what? To the next committee meeting. But is there an occupancy certificate now? Because that makes a huge difference. But despite that, it has been operated. They are using the building, but they are not using the part that doesn't have an occupation certificate. They're using an outside building. I do not believe that I think the repercussions are going to be serious if we now do not extend the MOU. The people who have got the MOU are aware of the fact of the part of the building they can't use. But if we could, D, if there is no occupancy certificate, planning has been waiting for a report on that. If we could then, in D, also say that a full report must be submitted to the next planning meeting regarding the occupancy certificate as well, so that we can, because we also need to look at that aspect. Thank you.
Councillor Chengwa. And then the Mayor.
No, Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, I want to concur with the colleagues, Councillor Lowe and the rest which have just spoken, Speaker, in relation to this item. I think we have deliberated on this item on that Section 80 community service at length, Speaker. Issues were raised, and I understand the issue of the occupational certificate as well as what the colleagues have just raised. I mean, as MM have just explained that, there's no way that we can continue. I mean, we cannot finalize the issue of the MOU, otherwise we are going to have a problem there. So in conclusion, Speaker, I think I want to confirm to say that I think we agreed, that particular MOU must be signed. The director must finalize. We sign the thing and we allow those people where there are challenges as we've raised, and there will be a meeting between the ward councillor as well as the ward councillor, which is the chair of the portfolio, and with those people which which are in charge of that particular facility in terms of ironing those issues, which it was agreed upon when they move into that particular facility, Speaker. So I therefore want to support the colleagues that we move with the recommendation. Thank you very much.
Can anybody give us an update on the occupancy certificate, please?
Yes, the process has just been initiated, Chair, but it's going to take a bit of time because of the condition of that building. it's not going to be available in the next planning committee meeting. I can assure that because they need to assess it. So the community services department, because how the project was run is that the community services was not involved, you see. So now the project was run by PMU. So PMU has to retrace some of the steps to ensure that they are able to prepare a file that will go to Randolph, you know, for consideration, and then they must go through all the steps. So when it is ready, Chair, it will be submitted, but technical services through PMU has to initiate the process because the community services was not involved in the project.
Mayor.
No, thank you. Let's go with the recommendation. I want to agree with both Councillor Aubrey and Councillor Susan Campbell that we agree in terms of signing the MOU because we've raised lots of issues in the Section 80 and we deliberated even what Councillor Chairperson was not happy about it. It was also raised in AMECO and we deliberated that let's sign the MOU, keeping that where they are working now. They are outside. Currently they are working outside. They do have containers, offices where they are working and they are using a sports field. The hall and everything, we have said that it must not be occupied, but we know it was occupied and that investigation is needed. On this one, and MM need to make sure he fast-tracked it because planning and development is failing us on that one. It's been 2 years we've went there. And we said that we want these reports to come to council. Also, we want the report that must come to council regarding the expenditure because when we went on site, there are things that were claimed that were not there. So we want that report, invoices to come with us and say that this is what was claimed for, who signed it, even if internal audit could do that. But community service was also involved. Mr. Langlands was involved at the time. So we want that report to come to council. To council. Planning and development needs to up their game because they have been sitting with this. Because we wanted the report, how was that thing handed over while there was no occupation health and safety. We wanted the second report that we wanted the report about regarding the state of that building. Also, what was claimed, what was not claimed. There are lift shafts that were supposed to be there. It's only open top. There are no shafts. So we're told that there were claim payment that were made. So that's part of the report that we wanted. So I don't know if we have to take it out maybe and say that let's separate them. Take one to internal audit, the MM to deal with it in terms of MM, the one of what was claimed on the sports field, what was supposed to be there and what was claimed. Because there were 2 reports that we were waiting for. Thank you.
Councillor Sabah.
Speaker, may I sit? Are you
No,
okay?
please stand. Yeah.
Speaker, I just want clarity. My concern is that the building itself, the lift chute has not been completed, so it's an open vacuum. We know that there's been a report just recently where somebody fell down a lift chute and the child died. We cannot, as a municipality, put ourselves at risk. Who would be liable if something like that happened? So if we're entering into an MOU, are we ensuring that the building itself is contained and closed so it cannot be accessed? Because currently I've been there, we went there as Municipal Public Accounts Committee, you could walk into the building. Security say people run through the building, children run through the building, so we need to make sure that the building is contained and not accessible to prevent and protect the municipality from any risk of liability. So do we have that assurance in the MOU? I'm concerned in terms of how we proceed. Thank you.
Deputy and then Councillor Tiakolo.
You should have actually let Councillor Tsokolo speak before me. Councillor Sabah will know most. She had an event there. She attended an event in that building.
No one ever did.
Yes, you're... No.
Deputy, please, let's not point fingers now, and please, let's not address each other.
She is
Council.
talking about, the councillor was speaking here and say that the building is not safe. People running through there. There's a photo that went around where she was sitting in that building. On an event.
Speaker, point of order.
So
That is not a truth and he needs to retract it.
Councillors,
I was not
order.
in the building.
Councillors, order, please. Sabah, Councillor Sabah, please be seated. Deputy, please be seated. Please, is on a point, this is not part of the topic, please.
No, I still want to come to the safe up, speak.
Well, please stick to the...
She was there with Councillor Susan.
Doing a formal impact site visit.
Yes.
There was nothing wrong with that.
Yes, but
Please.
see, the councillor just denied that she was not there.
Deputy, please.
She was there.
When they're given
Okay.
permission there, councillors, that place is unsafe.
It's unsafe, and that is what we say. Yes, in our, there was a, Speaker, can you protect me against
Councillors, please, just, Deputy, please.
Let me continue,
Yeah.
Speaker. Yes, I think what we need to do is, we need to fast track this. This thing is coming on, and as we have read and listened for the past 2 years. So Bachman Stilble is a man praat, Speaker. And therefore, relax. And therefore, we need to make sure that the certificates and all the compliance documents need to be brought. If there is enough time, if it is in place for us to sign the MOU soon.
Councillors, please, this mumbling in the background all the time is not conducive to a good meeting. Please.
It's Councillors Campbell.
Okay, Deputy, please just conclude.
Because we're having our ordinary or normal Section 80 in November. So I wanted to ask if, you can't tell me that there is no certificates. I'm asking here if there is certificates for them to bring it then to the Section 80 in order for us. The mayor was alluding here that the planning department, of which that directorate is falling under myself, or I'm supervising it, before Councillor Bester say I must want to be this, so that we can see if we are compliant, how can we expedite the process in order for the MOU to be signed, because we're going to extend, and then it eventually it's going to just be a white elephant there where there's people, if you read this thing, I think these people are going to take care of the building on our behalf. So they need to fix then also what they need to fix. That is what the recommendations are saying in the report. So before children are playing school holidays and there's no supervision whatsoever, and children get hurt and injured, as the previous councillor alluded, let us have people there that can maintain the building, that can look after it, and that can secure it for us. That is mine, Speaker. Thank you.
Councillors, Councillor Tiakolo, the last on this, and then I'm going to move.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, you see, some councillors seem to think that by having this MOU is going to fix the problem. The people who we will be signing this MOU with will be fixing all these problems that we're raising here. That is not the case, Councillor, if I can tell you for free. Speaker, just to go back to what the MM has said, you know, recently I've been to a workshop whereby we were told about collaboration, how important collaboration is with the other partners. And one of the important things that the municipality should consider when making collaborations is that it helps us in transferring risks. And I think the MM has made it very clear that we as a municipality will not be able to, if we take that organization away, we won't be able to manage that on our own. I agree with him there. But the problem, Speaker, of trying to transfer that small risk and taking a bigger risk, considering what all the colleagues have raised here, even previously when we wanted these reports, is really not looking further to the problem, because the risk that we are taking now by saying that facility can be utilized is bigger than the one of trying to manage the facility on our own. So, Speaker, we must really look at the risk which is bigger of what can happen if something really happens there. And I think the MM has made it very clear, this process that we think reports can be tabled in the next, it's not going to happen now. So we must really start thinking the other way, Speaker. Otherwise, thinking that we can just sign this MOU and transfer a smaller risk and have a bigger risk at the end of the day is not going to assist us. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillors, we have conflicting proposals. We have the proposals as before us, as recommended. The DA hasn't made any other proposal. Have you made the DA? Are you bringing a counter proposal, or are you just going to vote against this?
Yeah, I think we're going to vote against it, Speaker. Our main proposal was, we are not against the MOU with Safe Hub. We love Safe Hub and what Safe Hub does, but not in that building where it's unsafe, and not in that premises until it's sorted out.
All right, all those in favour of the recommendations as before us, show of hands, please. All those against? Seven now. Abstentions? 2 abstentions. So the vote is recommendations as is 9, against 7, 2 abstentions. That's carried. Thank you. We move-
Speaker, the DA would please like to have it recorded as such in the minutes. Thank you.
It will be done so. Thank you. SC 120825, Women's Day celebrations, 9 August 2025, on page 127. Can we go with those recommendations? Councillor Charlie.
Thank you, Speaker. I have nothing against this report that needs to be noted, but I need to say something about the women's. We must remember in this municipality, I know that that department doesn't have funding, but what I will ask for this municipality, not to divide us. We are 21 councillors here. When there is event like this event does not belong specifically to the municipality. It belongs to the politicians, which means each and every councillor that is here is representing his or her political party. But now what I have seen, only ward councillors was awarded tickets for this event, and which is, please do not divide us. Don't divide us. Treat us, all of us, as equal. We are also councillors. I was there. I was there, but I didn't feel good to be there, whereby I didn't see the other councillors. Number 2, I know that 50,000 is not enough. But now, we are going now to choose certain women. We are talking about 9 August. We are talking about women. We are talking about the rocks here, which is, I would ask that somebody must come up with a plan to get more funding when we are talking on 9 August, because women are the pillars. So it's the only way whereby we'll know in our society where we are living. Some women are oppressed. They also want to go out. But because of the amount of women that should go there, it's only few you are allowed to bring forward and whatsoever. So mine is, I know the report, I have nothing against it, but the only thing that I want to say that if the municipality is not ready for the women 9 August financially, let us not do it. Let's keep it for another year, because there's no use for us to act like we are now in a big city, but not everybody is going to be happy. Not every woman is going to attend the Women's Day. So that's all that I plead, that please do not divide us. If there's an event, 21 councillors must get the tickets. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Lowe.
No,
Tikolo.
no, Speaker. I see MK sitting next to me. I support what he has said. And I hope the director hear what Councillor Charlie has said. And I hope that department, that social department that are in this municipality, understand that some of the councillors are being represented. They are here because people have voted for them. But it doesn't mean because they didn't win a ward, they can't have people that can be taking part of that Women's Day. Because Women's Day is very important. So I concur with Mama Charlie. Councillor Charlie here, around this issue of that we must be excluded because we as different parties didn't win votes. Now we are excluded from this process. It must never happen again, Speaker.
Councillor Tekolo and then the Mayor.
Yeah, Speaker, I've also just found out even Ward 9 and 10, it looks like there's no women in Ward 9 and 10. They were not, there's no tickets. So Ward 9 and 10 doesn't have women. So I agree with the councillors, it needs to be relooked at, and it must be fairly distributed, Speaker. Because now it shows, it's like displaying to us that Ward 9 and 10 doesn't have women, because there were no invites for Ward 9 and 10. And I see a lot of women for Ward 9 and 10. I'm sure Councillor Campbell is also there.
Mayor.
Thank you. I think I must applaud that the department for hosting the Women's Day. I'm sure it's just the issue of how the coordination and how it was arranged. And at least I think they are bringing it back. The last time when there was Women's Day, it was Eleanor was the mayor, where most of the events were taking place. But neither since then, there's not been any events taking place. So first, I must applaud that. The second one, when I engaged, I was also not happy in terms of how these special programs are taking place, because we'll just be invited, the office of the mayor, then councillors will say that, I don't know, even if it's Ward 10, what councillor will not be invited. If it's Ward 9, administration is not there, councillors are not there. Specifically, one of the events that I'm also not happy how we are dealing with it. And I think as this municipality, we should really look at the event of fires, the June fires, where we will see that it's only the mayor and one councillor. You don't see none of the administration. You don't see none of the councillors. It's because they are not invited. The only invite goes to the mayor or the deputy mayor. So I think we should, yeah, you and Jason were there, but you are not invited, but you were there. Okay. So most of the councillors always crying that they are not invited. So I will ask that this special, through you, most of the special programs and events will be run through my office, and then I'll be taken into, so that the invite will be sent to the speaker, and then the speaker can disseminate to all the councillors, because all invites must come to the speaker for councillors. But these programs and events must be in my office and the deputy mayor's office. Thank you very much.
Noted. Thank you. Yes. Yes, Councillor Vanston.
Thank you, Speaker. No, let me just help this council right very quickly. There were nomination process for this event. Everybody was included. It was on our municipal WhatsApp platforms. We were emailed the information, and everybody was aware. This department, again, it comes down to lack of funding, like we spoke about, that needs to be encouraged. I want to commend this department. Through you, Speaker, to the Director, please give my congratulations to Liesl and her department. It was a wonderful event. So unfortunately, yes, we are sitting here today because a little bit of a lack of communication is possible. I do agree that any events in future should come through the Speaker's office directly to councillors. But we as council were informed, the municipality, the communities were informed. Members of each of our communities were nominated to represent in this Women's Day difference. So,
Are you speaking against your own caucus?
I'm not speaking against our own caucus. I'm encouraging your leaders as well as everybody else here. So I'm informing council. But on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, we would like to thank and congratulate all the women that received prizes and that were nominated across all 11 wards in Knysna. And I would like to thank the department through you to the Director for a wonderful attempt at this, and it can only grow and get bigger in future, and I want us to support this. And Councillor Charlie, Councillor Lowe, in future you're welcome to ask your ward councillors for tickets or me. Thank you.
Councillors, please, let's not have a continuous debate on this issue. We've all heard it. Thank you. Let's move on. Item submitted to the Planning, Economic Development and Tourism Committee meeting held on the 14th of August 2025. P040825, the Environmental Report, Aquatic Specialist Impact Assessment for the Bihar River on page 127. Can we go with those recommendations? Thank you. Yes, Councillor. And please put your microphone on.
In terms of the item, my concern is that we make reference to public engagements. No engagements have been taken place with regard to the community in this area, which is in Ward 9. So please, I'd like to know when it's going to take place and if we could expedite it, please. Thank you.
Deputy.
Yeah, as the chairperson, the council that is raising these concerns are part of the committee. She was supposed to raise this in the Section 80 meeting and not come and no, but that is not our problem, whether you attended or not, councillor. You should have been part of or in this meeting, and then the question should have been answered. We have agreed. Yeah, there she. She had attended. There she. She's misleading the public here. My point here is, Speaker, that the councillor was part of the Section 80. She should have raised this there. There is a, we are having 2 dates where we're going to get the person to come and do a presentation or a workshop for us on this, which the councillor also agreed on. So thank you, Speaker.
Noted. Councillor Lowe.
Speaker, I just want to make very clear so people can understand. The Bigger River is not only on Ward 9, but it's coming from Ward 6 right through. That is the Bigger River, so she must understand how the Bigger River is working.
Thank you. Can we go with those recommendations?
Yes, we can, Speaker. We can move with it, Speaker.
P070825, proposed amendments of the Nigel Municipality Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Bylaw 2021, page 128. Those recommendations?
Yes.
Thank you. IDP amendment, adoption of the final draft amended Nigel Municipal, falling over my words here. The Nigel Municipal Spatial Development Framework, the MSDF, it's on page 128. Councillor Campbell.
Speaker, this is not what, this recommendation is wrong. That's not what we recommended in the first committee. It's contradictory. It refers to the history where the first public participation process happened in May. Council then resolved that there had to be a further 30 days public participation, and I thought it would have to go to a workshop or the Section 80, but it now sees MACO. So we have not approved any SDF. So all of those, except the last 2 recommendations, are incorrect. It still has to go to either, I would almost suggest the Section 80 or a workshop so that the new public comments can be considered. And then we haven't adopted it yet. This whole recommendation is wrong, and so is the next one. This is not what happened. After May, Council specifically resolved there had to be a further 30 days public participation. There was an advertisement, further comments came in. Now that has to come back so that we can consider it. So we can go with the last 2, but the rest is wrong. And the same for the next item. Thank you.
Deputy, and then the MM.
Speaker, I don't know where was Councillor Campbell. Oh, yeah, this item, we have agreed that it's going to come back after the public participation and all that. It's going to come back to the MACO in order for them to make a decision, and then it will go to council. We also mentioned, if my memory serves me correct, that there's no need for a workshop because this was workshopped already. But we did try and accommodate what the councillor was saying, how to say, on that day, maybe in the MACO, we can have like just a small workshop or presentation or whatsoever with regards to this. But this item is way overdue. We are actually not non-compliant with regards to this. And based on a decision that was made for another, we are actually repeating all processes every time. We go over and over and over. We are repeating these things from workshops and 30 days and all that. We have agreed on that in the committee. And therefore, the item is still there today. And therefore, we say it's going to go to a MACO as agreed, Speaker. Thank you.
Sorry, councillors, please just wait. Councillors, before we all deliberate, let's just get clarity from the MM and then I'll allow.
The recommendations is what went through the mayoral committee. Remember, it started from section 80, it went to the mayoral committee. Then in the mayoral committee, the department confirmed that they have received some comments, which are not many, and the mayoral committee then agreed to say, let those comments come into the mayoral committee. Then in the mayoral committee, then it will come to a special council meeting, will be requested for it to adopt. But I must indicate that really we're way off the mark. Way off the mark, non-compliant and all that. So we will hear from the mayor on when is the workshop, and that presentation will done. Even the consultants that were running this process, it was indicated that they will be invited, you know, so that we finalize this matter. Thank you very much, Judge.
Councillor Lowe first and then Councillor Campbell.
Councillor Campbell, I know that you are dressed like MK, but it's fine.
Councillors, please.
Speaker.
Order, please.
Speaker, if I'm correct, how many workshops did we have around this item? How many workshops? The first workshop, and I want to make it very clear here, there was an issue between Mr. Henny and Pam. And then the speaker, Mrs. Kosana, said they must go and sort it out and they must come back because we can't do it in front of people. That was the issue, because they didn't speak one language as officials. Then we were putting our recommendations in around what we want, because the one thing that I was talking about in that workshop is about the Brenton. Why was it excluded? Certain areas in Brenton was excluded from that, and they put it in. And then we come back for another workshop here. Councillor Campbell were part of these workshops. They were part of these workshops. There are 3 workshops. Now we must go back. So I will agree with the chairperson that we must move with the item, because we can't come back every time for the same thing over and over, because Councillor Campbell have decided last night when she wants this thing to come back. It's not, it can't.
Councillors, I'm going to warn you, please stop referring to other councillors. Make a statement. Let us not point fingers.
Now you're protecting Councillor Campbell.
Everybody is attacking everybody else here, and it is not code of conduct. Councillors, please, let us refrain from doing that. Refer to a statement or refer to a point, and let us stay with that. Councillor Campbell.
Speaker, I think people are just in the mood to argue. I agree with the Deputy Mayor. That's why I said the last 2 had to stay in. That the administration advertise it, which they've done, and it goes to a MACO. But the previous recommendations are in conflict with the last ones. You cannot say you approve it, and it must be advertised, but it's going to go to MACO. So if people will just listen instead of trying to argue about everything. All the first parts of the recommendation are completely and utterly contradictory to the last one. We all agree that the last 2 is what we decided. So if we can just go with the last 2, please. Thank you.
That is where I was trying to get to. Mayor?
No, just wanted to check. I don't know where is Henny, because just wanted to check, because we agree on everything. The only problem that was not there, it was the comments on the maps.
Yes.
So that's why we said that the maps will be advertised and then the comments come to MACO. So then we deal with the maps. It was only maps, but we agree with everything that was there. So it was the issue of the maps and stuff, so that it must come back, because we have been having workshops, the TED workshops, so that it come back with the comments to the mayoral committee, and we deal it. Then after the mayoral committee, we go directly to council, so that we didn't want us to take from the start, section 80 and the stuff. So I just wanted to say, let's go with the recommendation.
So, councillors, the technicality of this is that Councillor Campbell is correct that the first 3 recommendations are contradictory. You can't approve it before it is actually, the second part of it actually happens. It's been advertised that it must come back to the MACO. So can we just amend it that we only have the last 2 recommendations as part of this recommendation?
Yes, we can, Speaker.
I need you to propose it, and I need a seconder for it, please.
My proposal, can Councillor Campbell,
Speaker,
Mayor, please?
can you just control MK there, please, man?
That's why Bradell is writing about us.
So Councillor Campbell has proposed that we only go with the last 2 recommendations. Will you second that proposal?
I will second that proposal so that we can move with this item.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell proposed and seconded by the Deputy Mayor with regards to that this recommendation is amended and only the last two recommendations will be part of the recommendations. Thank you. Thank you. Councillors, take a deep breath, calm down. And that'll, so P090825, the adoption of the final draft for the Sedgefield Local Spatial Development Framework, LSDF. Same story.
Is the
We'll
same speech.
amend those recommendations. Same to propose and
Active, and that we could try and utilize within this department for assistance apprenticeships or just, people that can be hands-on to assist and pass tools or something that can teach them, but we can benefit from the extra hands through CWP. It costs us nothing. Thank you.
Councillor Charlie.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, mine is let's go with the recommendation as it is because we are not going to trust people who brought Anton Bradel in this municipality, people who brought Carte Blanche in this municipality. Now we are solving the problem. Now there's another issue. Let's go with it as it is.
Thank you.
Speaker.
Thank you. IS 020825, report on the Sedgefield D-cell plant and the Neisner reverse osmosis plant on page 130. Can we go with those recommendations? Yeah, next meeting. IS 030825, report on the roads, transport and stormwater buildings maintenance division up to June 25. Can we go with those recommendations? Thank you. IS 040825, closeout report on council equipment from Messrs. Megaflow on page 131. Yes, MM.
Yes, I would like this item to go back to the mayoral committee. Legal Services has brought to my attention that Makeup Flow has sent a strong letter protesting because those reports were given and those reports were attached. So I've requested Mr. Vese to compile a report to the mayoral committee attaching those reports with verifications. These reports were given up to July this year at the request of Mr. Royden. But when we're in the mayoral committee, that information was not shared with the mayoral committee, which for me is quite a very serious issue because it's like putting council into disrepute when information is not shared with. So I would request that it be referred back to the mayoral committee for the mayoral committee to consider the information that's
proposing. But just for clarity, Speaker, because the three top recommendations are, at least for an example, C, that the millwright and electrician positions be filled as per council resolution dated what. Can that not go forward? And maybe the problem is D, because I think that process should continue, but only then just take out D, because I think
it's
that
A
the
and
letters-
it's A and D. It's A and D.
Oh yes, A and D, it's fine. Then we B and C, we move with that. Because I think C is very important, Speaker.
Can we go with those recommendations? Councillor Tsengwa.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I want to ask you, you must be very patient with us. In fact, you must be very patient with me. In fact, let me not labor on that particular issue, but I want to make that request here before. Yeah. Speaker, as I've indicated earlier on, and I'm not going to keep quiet here. I'm not going to keep quiet. That's one thing which I'm not going to do here. You know, I'm not going to keep quiet here, Speaker. Speaker, I'm in agreement with the MM because we've also resolved on this, on the very same issue, right? And I know my MPEC chair, we are creating a committee to call these people to come. And with all that information, which was never brought before, the committee as well as the council. So I'm sure the chair, when she has time, she's going to give us a date so that we need to put this particular issue, chair, to rest, so that we don't really play the people instead of playing the ball. I want to agree with the proposal with the MMF just raised, so that we don't really mess with our people unnecessarily. Thank you.
Noted, so Councillor Sabah.
Chair, I think it's pertinent that we note that this mega flow item did come back to the Municipal Public Accounts Committee, and I think that's what Councillor Singh was alluding to. And in that committee, it was agreed that what we do is that there was a discussion around rescinding the Municipal Public Accounts Committee resolution, and then the chair indicated that what we do is we defer the instruction to the municipal manager to proceed in terms of, but rather allow Megaflow to present. So I think that we need to just make sure that we address this properly. I understood that this was going to come before council today so we could address that particular item. I see it's not before us. So that decision of the Municipal Public Accounts Committee is not being addressed here in this meeting, but yet it is here in this minute. So we need to just be careful because we are opening ourselves up, as was discussed in Municipal Public Accounts, that we're opening ourselves up to litigation, which could very well be unnecessary. So we need to make sure that we address the resolution that was taken by council previously in terms of this item with regard to the instruction by the MM to proceed. So just let's deal with this properly, please. Thank you.
Councillor Campbell.
Okay, the impact did not decide on any rescission. They asked if Mr. Naika from Megaflow could come and address impact. I've got more information that we want Mr. Naika to bring us and the administration. Impact will go into it. What we did discuss is that we would ask the MM not to go ahead with implementing the council resolution. But at this point in time, I foresee no reasonable possibility that we're going to rescind our resolution. But obviously, if there's going to be more, we're actually going to be investigating the previous tender as well now. So before anybody gets the wrong impression here, the resolution stands. We're not going to ask for that to be rescinded. Should, after Mr. Naika has addressed us and we've got the additional information, we have got further, we report back to council, we will do so. We should do this in any event. So these two things have got nothing to do with each other. I would maybe just ask that we also say, in addition, that maybe that the closeout report also be referred to impact. So impact can just have a look at that. We can consider it when we're busy with it. Thank you, Speaker.
MM.
Speaker, the issue is, which we must be able to face facts. When I write as an accounting officer, I write as an accounting officer because I'm the person who has been told to execute the decision. And I've indicated that there is information that has been brought to my attention. There are assertions that in the report has been made, which I would like MPEC to relook. You know, that decision at the moment cannot be implemented. That's why I wrote to the Speaker. I wrote to the Speaker, I wrote to the Executive Mayor, I wrote to the Chair of MPEC. So that is why MPEC then said that Mr. Naika must come. There's quite a lot of people who must come. It's not only Mr. Naika. You know, because some people are still alive, they are still available. There's quite a number of people who are listed who must come before MPEC, so that whatever decision that we bring before council, because one thing we must not do is to bring decisions that tomorrow will be easily be thrown away by courts of law. We must not be able to do that. So MPEC did that. So maybe what we need to do through MPEC is to have an item that instructs the MM in terms of the staying of execution of that resolution, you know? Because we can't say that resolution is alive. But if it is alive, it means it must be implemented. And if that also ignores the information that I brought forward, which must be considered and be taken into account by MPEC, because MPEC is the committee that brought that information to. That is why in the earlier item, I raised this issue.
Mayor, and then I'm going to wrap up on it and give a way
go,
forward.
Let's agree with the MM for now.
Yeah.
Let's go with the agree.
Yeah,
because
so
if there's a new information,
yes, Councillor Lowe.
it must go back to MPEC.
That's fine.
Councillor
No,
Lowe.
we're in agreement with what the MM said, so we can deal
Yeah.
with it because we don't know what is in the new information. Maybe Councillor Campbell have it.
So, MM, I just want to get the decision correct on the recommendations, that we are keeping A and D. So A and D must go, and we're keeping B and C. That is correct. So that is the amended recommendation, that on ISO 408-25, we delete A and D, and we go with those recommendations of B and C, and will be renumbered. Thank you. We move to the National Drought Coordinating Committee, Drought Status Update, April 25. That is ISO 508-25. Can we go with those recommendations? Item submitted to the continuation of the Infrastructure Services Committee meeting held on 18 August. All resolved. Item submitted to the Integrated Human Settlements Committee meeting held on 2 September 2025, IHS 010925, submission of the business plan for 24-25 financial year, June 25. Can we go with those recommendations? It's also, yes, Councillor Chengwa.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, no, man, look, I just want to check something on this particular recommendation. I'm not sure where did I get it. Particularly recommendation number B, that reads as follows: a comprehensive report on the reasons for not spending the grant funding project related to Sedgefield be submitted to the next whatever. But what I wanted to check, Speaker, I'm not sure where did I get it. I want to get the clarity. There was something that we receive a 10 million in the relation to that particular project from national government. Is it days? Do we have anything of that sort? I mean, if somebody can assist me. So if we've got 10 million, I mean, we did receive that particular 10 million and from national government, are we then still going to continue with this one? Just a clarity to that, because somebody spoke about it. I don't know where did I get it. Thank you.
Councillor Lowe,
Thanks,
MM, and then Councillor
Thanks,
Davis.
Speaker. I think some of us must read what is in front of us. What do we say? We say that in our next meeting, there will be a comprehensive, detailed report around this. Because this is, if you look into it, we talk about the business plans for 2024, 2025. Even if there was money that was rolled over or taken back, that report must provide it that day. At the moment, we don't have it, because that's what we agree on here. We agreed that we're waiting for that report that must be tabled so we can deal with all these outstanding issues around 2024, 2025. That is what we are saying here, actually.
Thank you. MM?
There's been no communication. There was a meeting earlier this week with the Department of Infrastructure Development in the province, whose outcome will be submitted in the next meeting of Section 80, where Dr. Martin Lindile and colleagues, Darius and others attended. Unfortunately, I had to attend another meeting with the HOD Polsa on the question of the water challenges within the municipality. But there's been nothing written. There's been nothing written so far to say we are receiving so much amount of money. There's nothing in paper that has been written. But also, as Councillor Lowe was saying, these matters will go to the Section 80, for Section 80 then to consider the explanation that will be given by the Department Integrated Human Settlement under Dr. Martin. Yes.
Councillor Davis?
Yeah, thank you. I don't have to say anything more, Speaker. That's why I said to you, it's 2024, 25.
Yeah.
We know what happened with the finance. We asked for an investigation. We're going to get it at the next Section 80. So we might, I think, which is in a week or two. Then I think my colleague, Councillor Chengwa, will also be ready, because I'm also very eager. So, but I don't think for us we have to focus on anything now related to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move to IHS 040925. The Integrated Human Settlements Economic Impact of Tender 53, 2024-25. Can we go with those recommendations? Thank you. IHS 050925, the implementation of social housing program in Greater Knysna. Yes, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you very much, Speaker. I think I'm at the right platform to raise my concern and to speak when we are talking about the greater Knysna social housing. Speaker, allow me to raise my concern about this department and the Knysna municipality. As we speak Knysna, there is an issue, especially in Sedgefield, about a piece of land. Hence, when I am speaking here, when I'm saying that I don't know what kind of a municipality is this, that doesn't want to service the land and do something good up until the people are grabbing the land. I'm not saying that people must grab the land. But what we are sitting with, what worries me, is this. People there were police, law enforcement to remove those people in Sedgefield. Go in Ward 3. When you go in Ward 3, you don't remove the foreigners that took the land and built houses for themselves.
Speaker, on a point of order.
There's no point of order. I'm talking about what is happening. What is your point of order?
Councillor Charlie, just be seated. What is your point of order?
Rule 23, content of debate, Speaker. Speaker, we actually here debating an item that came from the human settlements item, which speaks to the implementation of social housing program in the Greater Knysna. It has got nothing to do with what people has done and what Councillor Charlie is raising now. So can we please stick to the agenda, Speaker?
Thank you. Noted. Councillor Charlie, please stick to the item
Speaker,
before us.
Speaker, I am not a child. I am not a child. There's an issue, there's a burning issue. If you don't care about the voters, if you are protecting the foreigners, I am not. Under the Patriotic Alliance, I am saying what is happening. Houses are being built there.
Councillor
without
Charlie,
consulting
please.
the municipality.
Councillor Charlie.
Where is these social houses are going to be built?
Councillor Charlie.
Where are
please,
they going to build it?
Please stick
Let me
to the
speak,
topic.
Speaker. I'm not speaking for, I've got my house 373 Damsabos. I am speaking on behalf
Councillor
of this
Charlie, please.
municipality.
Councillor Charlie,
Speaker, on a point
please.
of order.
Please.
No.
Rule 23. On a point of order, Speaker, I think Councillor Charlie must refrain from this topic. This meeting is a public meeting and
Yes.
it's been listened to. Part of the reason that is happening in Sedgefield is because of these meetings. Section 80, people take information that is not there. The reason in Sedgefield, people have been plugging. But on that you save, there's a reason that law enforcement has been involved across the Knysna. But where there is, like, same as 3339, when people started to plug, law enforcement security was there. Same as ZFLA, because those are the protected portions where there's going to be development. But where there's not going to be development, municipality has given blank approach. It's not stopping. If you go at the back of the sports field in Sedgefield, people are plugging. Municipality has not stopped it. But there at USAVE, it's a reason that municipality wanted to stop the people from plugins because there's a development coming there.
Noted.
Same as other
Thank you, Mayor.
areas. I don't want
Major
us to
point.
debate this thing because
Yes.
it's on a public
The
platform.
Mayor, mine is the municipality is dragging. The municipality is dragging feet. Let us not
Councillor
applaud
Charlie,
these
your
people.
point
They're
is
dragging
noted.
hands. That's why people are plucking, because it's for 20 years. It's been said like that, and nothing is
Councillor
happening.
Charlie, your point is noted. Please be seated.
Nothing
Councillor
is
Lowe.
happening here.
Thanks,
You allow the foreigners to come and build big houses and do illegal connections. You are not saying anything.
Councillor
They
Lowe.
are taking land. I am a
Councillor
PA. I
Charlie,
would never.
Councillor Charlie, please. Order.
Thanks, Speaker. Speaker, people must understood. And the Mayor is correct. There is a program around development of that USAFE. There was a public meeting, we deal with it. Social housing, we are busy with social housing. There will be an item, and I want to invite Councillor Charlie Beauty.
Don't
come to the
mention my
meeting.
name. Leader, don't mention my name.
Charlie,
Because
Councillor Charlie,
Chief
please.
Justice is going to invite me.
Please.
I don't want to be invited.
Order.
I'm not going to be invited by the EFF who's protecting foreigners. I'm not going to be invited
Councillor
by
Charlie, order. Please.
Not by a
Please
EFF
take your...
that protects
Councillor
foreigners.
Charlie, I'm going to mute you. Councillor Charlie, order, please. Order. Please, I do not want outbursts like that. Can we go with the recommendations before us, councillors?
Yes,
Page
Speaker.
132.
Speaker, you know that we've had a number of challenges with accommodation in our buildings, etc. And some of the buildings that are identified are related to social housing sites. So I don't you suggest, colleagues, that we change the recommendation B Do not say that council approves the identified sites, because as you know, there are dynamics related to those sites in any case, because there's supposed to be another report where those sites were, remember there was some staff living in some of the sites, etc., so that has changed. Can't we rather say that council notes the identified sites? Is that not fine with B? And then because we are having another report, as Councillor Lowe said, so we don't say we approve the sites, we note the sites. Because if we approve the sites and there's staff living in some of the sites now, or whatever, I'm just asking that,
Councillor,
we'd like
if
to
you-
change that.
Councillor, if you note the rest of the council approves the identified sites for potential social housing. So it's not as if the site is going to be potential. It's not as if it's finalized. So
Thank you, the Speaker, but you're saying approve the sites.
potential social housing sites. It's not approving the site. There is a potential. You're identifying. No, we're approving the potential.
Speaker, can I ask
potential.
Dr. Lavey, we have the flats that he maybe is talking about. There was an item to cancel that, not to approve them again, especially for those ones. There was already cancelled where they are. But this one, we must approve it.
Can we go with those recommendations? Thank you. IHS 060925, Naza Hansi selection and allocation policy. Can we go with those recommendations? Thank you. IHS 070925, the budget 25-26, ward-based allocations, rectification, retaining walls and wheelchair ramps. A, B and C. Councillor Davis.
You will recall, colleagues, that in the IHS meeting, Mayor, you can guide us here through the Speaker, there were a lot of errors on that report, if you recall. There were wrong wards, there were duplicate names, there were wrong addresses. It was a very bad report on the rectification ramps, if the colleagues on the committee remember, in that section 80 that went to the... So I just want to know, I see Dr. Martin is not here, but if someone can just clarify whether that actual report was rectified, because we asked, Chair is here, Chair, you are here, we've asked to correct that report, because remember, colleagues, do you remember that? So we can't support this report if that's not rectified, so they can just give us clarity, then we're right with it.
Thank
Mayor,
you,
sorry, I didn't recognize you that the
Okay.
mayor's hand was up first. Mayor?
Speaker, these reports are not the Section 80 reports, they are MACO reports, so they were amended with the correct one in Section 80. Also, Speaker, I would like to ask that here we are dealing with items that are coming from MACO and from Section 80, but we're not supposed to be debating most of these items because there were two platforms that were debated. Because some of the items we're debating, I'm not saying about this one, most of them are from June. When the new financial year, they are here for us to approve and consider or note them. So that we go to, there are items that are coming directly to council for us to debate, because they haven't went to Section 80, they haven't went to, the new items that are brought by MM, it's where we're supposed to debate. These ones are coming from MACO, we've already taken a decision. We vote yes or no. Can I
Mayor,
ask you to deal with that one?
Mayor, I'm 100% in agreement with you that we should have been finished this part of the agenda already, because we are continued to debate and debate and debate, and that is exactly what the Section 80s are for. Because you've already cast your vote in whatever way possible. And now to want to come and change resolutions in this form of the meeting shouldn't be the case. We do have the rest of the agenda to go through. Now, I do understand there are items that will require a certain debate. But, councillors, please, this meeting shouldn't be as long as it is going to be, because we are debating every single item. Councillor Lowe, is it important?
No, Speaker, I think we have to move. You know, it will be like that when it comes to integrated human settlement. They will be debate because it speaks directly to our people. So I understand the councillors, the ward councillors, when you want to raise these issues. But can we move with the item?
Yes, we can move. So we go with those recommendations on IHS 070925, because they were amended,
Yes, we
Councillor.
can, yes.
IHS 080925, provision of land for temporary homeless shelter, the A, B, and C. We go with that. Thank you. IHS 090925, the Title Deed Restoration Program, the TDRP funding expenditure. There are A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. Can we go with those recommendations?
Yes, Speaker.
Thank you. IHS 100925, disposal of Earth 109 Karatra for human settlements purposes. Mr. Benjamin Daniels. Can we go with those recommendations? A, B, C, D, E, and F. Yes. Councillor Vanston.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I just wanted to, for recommendation E, that we just change the wording or the typing of it, that we note that that Karatra, Earth 109 Karatra through competitive process, but the fair market value be used. So we take out the brackets and then we use fair market value.
I'm just reading that. That's, councillors, on page 135, recommendation E, that due to the provisions of the Housing Act, Council waive disposal of Earth 109 Karata through a competitive process, and in brackets, fair market value. And Councillor Vanston is recommending we move the fair market value. You want to remove fair market value?
No, I think Anthony is saying that the item itself says that the property doesn't have much value. It's a low value. That's why they can dispose of it. So she's saying because it's at a low value, we might as well offer it at that low value, at a small value. That's what she's saying. Because the item says that it's not, it says here, the earth is not a high value asset. And that the participation blah, 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 should not be followed through. So we are, you know, she's basically...
Okay, let's, I have a wording, but I just want to hear what the MM.
No, Councillor Vanston spoke about a fair value, not a low value.
Fair
value.
Yeah.
Please, let's not change what she said.
Councillor Campbell.
Don't mislead the public.
Speaker, I'd like to just explain something to Councillor Davis. The municipal asset transfer regulations define properties below 50 million as not high value properties. So we mustn't read too much into that.
Okay, Speaker, we are not having an issue. I'm talking about what's in front of me here. I'm not talking about stuff that I'm sucking out of my thumb, and I've got my municipal minimum competency certificate.
Speaker,
Councillors, order.
Speaker, Councillor, just stand if you address you, Speaker.
Councillors, please. Councillor Davis.
So basically, Speaker, all I'm saying is...
Please stand if you're going to address.
Yeah, sorry for that, Speaker, sorry.
Can I stand?
No, because I feel pressured here by the Deputy Mayor. But on a serious note, no, I'm just talking about... No, man, on a serious note...
Councillors, please. Order.
No, basically, we're just saying... I hear what Councillor Cameron is saying, but I'm talking about the item. The item says in C... that it's not a high-value asset, and therefore you don't have to follow the normal processes. Where we're saying, okay, you're saying it's not a high-value asset, and you don't have to follow that process, but at least then charge a fair market value. I mentioned the word low, which will be low because it's a low-value asset. So that's what I was talking about. That's what Councillor Vanston said.
So what we are saying is remove the competitive process and just fair market value. That is what should be in there. This is my recommendation. No, fair market value. You remove the competitive process and it becomes fair market value. Can we go with that amended recommendation?
Speaker.
Councillors.
Speaker, can I check? Most area, they are valued between
Councillors, order. Councillors are all shouting at me, and it is impossible to have a meeting like that. Please. I do not want this to degenerate into an absolute disaster of everybody just shouting when they want to. Please, guys, councillors, colleagues, there is a recommendation before us. And Councillor Vanston has recommended that it be a fair market value. This was discussed in your section 80. It's gone to MACO. Why are we having an argument about wording now? Because it is now, this is what should be sorted out in those committees. Can we go with the amended recommendation of a fair market value? Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Gosh. Yes.
Just so that we record the minutes, just so that the administration can record the minutes correctly, is council saying that they are going to waive the disposal through a competitive or through a fair market value? Because
No.
it is actually that that is how it reads at the moment, Speaker, is that whatever we decide here, whether it's fair market or whether it's competitive, that aspect is being waived. And I wanted to make sure, because from the discussion, it sounds as if council is intending that it should be sold at a fair market value, but the wording in this recommendation is that there is a complete waiver, which means it doesn't even apply at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for noting that. I think council wants to sell the property at a fair market, so we need to remove the word waive. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. We go with the recommendation, Speaker. We can move.
Thank you.
Yes.
Councillors, we are moving. Thank you.
No, Speaker. Speaker,
Councillors, what are we arguing about here now? He's getting the property. He's getting the property. It's not, all we're saying is the waive meant we're not giving him the property. So, he's getting the property. The other way around.
Speaker.
He's getting the property at a fair market value.
yes.
No. No, we're proceeding with the recommendation.
Speaker, listen here.
No, Councillor, be seated. Councillor, be seated. I will not
It's
be
my
advised.
item, Speaker.
I will not be advised further.
No, but it's
Everybody is confusing the issue.
Speaker, I'm not confusing you.
No,
It's an item of
councillors,
housing.
councillors, I have not recognized you to speak. Put your microphone off. Director, just guide us, please.
Speaker, we just, for the sake of the minutes, want to have the wording to reflect what it is that council wants. If it is council's intention that for this particular buyer, there must not be a competitive process or a fair market value, then the word waive must stay. But if it is the intention of the council that there must be a process where if it is going to be advertised and other people come with other proposals, that must be able to be entertained, we need to then remove the word waive. And we're not trying to direct council here.
No.
We just want to have the right words in the resolution.
That
Thank
is what
you.
I originally recommended, that the word waive stay and that it be, you can keep competitive in there, it is just fair market value. That is all. That he gets the property, but we waive everything else. Councillors, I don't understand why we're not understanding this. We're arguing over words here. That councillors, Councillor Campbell and then Councillor
I'm sorry,
Andrews.
Speaker, I don't know. I think that maybe I'm wrong. We either, if we're going to give it to him for nothing, we must say that, we can either offer it to, determine a fair market value and offer it to him at that price, because the competitive process is not the same as offering it to somebody at a price. So I'm still confused. So I wasn't in the meeting. I don't know what we want to do. But the two things do not necessarily go together. You can actually offer it to somebody at a fair value without following a competitive process. Thank you.
Councillor Lowe, just wait. I've got other councillors that haven't spoken on it yet. Councillor Lowe, you've spoken 5 times. I'm not disregarding you. I'm not disregarding you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor White.
Speaker, yes, thank you. The intention of the proposal that the DA caucus is making is that Mr. Daniels can get the property. Now, we've determined it's not a high-value property, so the market or the valuers might determine it's 1,000 rand, for instance. So we are saying Mr. Daniels can get the property at a fair market value, which the market valuation will determine. So that's the intention of what we want. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Lowe, I do recognize you now.
Yeah, Speaker. Speaker, what we say here, that due to the provision of the Housing Act, Council waived disposal of Earth 109 Karata through competitive process. So what we are saying that we waive that, we take that out because we are saying that we don't want it to, there mustn't be a competitive process. That's what we say. Yes, but we say that fair market value process must happen then. That's what we are saying.
That's fine.
So what is actually happened is that they are not going to be a competitive process.
No, there's no competitive. Director, are you happy with that? Is that understandable?
Thank you, that we will have the wording then to read, that due to the provisions of the Housing Act, can Council waive the disposal of Earth 109 Karatra through a competitive process and follow a disposal process in terms of a fair market value.
Yeah. Councillors, we're finished with that item. I'm not taking any more comment on it.
Oh, the Chief Whip has spoken. Can we proceed?
As the ANC, because we want him to get the property for free, so we're not going with...
Speaker, sorry, I think they just want to place it on record. We can move with it. So they can just put it on record that the ANC don't support. Thank you.
Thank you. Noted. Let us move. Items, actually, councillors.
No, it's not late.
No, we're not going to take a break. We're going to carry on. It's 10 to 2.
Not late.
We're going to move.
No, it's not late. Aye. Aye.
Item submitted to the Governance Committee meeting held on 29 September 2026. Corporate Services.
Sorry, Speaker, the Whip of Council was saying something?
About what?
No, Council. F&G 070925, cancellation of the customer care policy and customer services charter on page 135. Go with those recommendations. F&G 080925, the Nines Municipality Policy on Community Partnerships. Councillor Vanston.
Thank you, Speaker. I will be quick. Because on this agenda, there is no mention of MOUs or any other of the community partnerships. So that's why I'm going to just quickly raise it here. I see that there's no update on the MOU with the partnerships between SASSA and the Knysna municipality.
I'm not going to take it now, please. I'm not going to talk about it now. Thank you. F&G 090925, the grant in aid policy review. Can we go with those recommendations? F&G 100925, the post-retirement medical aid. Can we go with those recommendations? Councillor Diokolo.
No. Yeah, Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, just a problem with recommendation B, that the additional information that was discussed at the workshop be presented to Council in a formal supplementary report. I haven't seen that, Speaker. And yet, I hear councillors saying, yes, we go with those recommendations.
There was additional information requested. Will be presented at the next meeting. Can we just then amend B, that the additional information that was discussed at the workshop be presented at the next Section 80 meeting? Will it be at the Section 80? Because it's got to go to Council.
It's coming directly
to Council. Thank you. So we can go with that amended recommendation. F&G 110925, the mandate collective agreement on conditions of service for the Western Cape division of the SALGBC. Can we go with those recommendations? Thank you. F&G 120925, report back on the application to lease a portion of Earth 1343 Knysna, which is 14 Church Street. There are recommendations A to G. Go with that. Thank you. F&G 130925, report back on the application to lease a portion of Earth 15865, Edameni Neisner. Thank you. F&G 140925, report back on application to lease a portion of Irvin 1339, 1340 and 1342, Neisner adjacent to IRF 1323 Neisner, which is Metlerkamp. F&G 150925, report back on an application to lease a portion of the remainder of IRF 1692 Sedgefield, Funk Investments Pty Limited, Sedgefield Super Spa. F&G 160925, report back on application to purchase a portion of IRF 1339 Neisner, which is Kinetic Catamarans SA. F&G 170925, report back on an application to purchase a portion of IRF 2742 Neisner, adjacent to Irvin 2609, 9765 and 9766 Neisner. F&G 180925, report back on application to purchase a portion of IRF 14077 Chobololo, Neisner, adjacent to Irvin 21100 and 21101 Neisner. F&G 190925, report 4561 Neisner.
Yes.
Items submitted to the Finance Committee, meeting held on 13 October 2025, which are the finance items. F&G 011025, the insurance portfolio 2526. Can we go with that recommendation? F&G 021025, report on the irregular expenditure, scarce skills allowance. A to F. Yes, Councillor Tiokolo. Councillor Lowe.
Yeah, Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, on this one, I'm not in agreement that we have recommendation D and E. Because I believe there should be steps taken. Why should we wait for MPEC? So I would say we remove D and E. You keep A, B, C, and F. So F will be your D. I don't see the need to have those recommendations in there.
Please, let's not comment until Councillor Lowe and then the MM.
Now, Speaker, I think we have to go with the recommendation in front of us around what is happening here. It was thoroughly debated in finance meeting, and we have come with the recommendation that is in front of us. So we can go with it, because we have to follow the right procedures around this whole thing. The other thing I want to find out, and the MM is here. MM, there's also other issue about scarce skills from directors that was receiving money from this municipality. I sent the email to you and to the mayor and to the CFO. I need information around that, because I want to do oversight role also.
MM?
Yes, you see, D is very problematic. In fact, it borders on illegality. You can't say to the MM must not do his responsibilities, because recovery is the duty of the MM and the CFO. You see? So you can't then take a resolution and say, stop, whoa. You see? That will be illegal. Because there are instances where I need to recover I don't need authority of council, because that power is there in the Municipal Finance Management Act. So you can't then say to the whoa, don't recover. Because now it means council is taking away my responsibilities. So I agree with Councillor Tiokolo that D is very problematic. MPEC must continue, if it's conducting its own investigation, it must conduct its own investigation, but you can't say to an accounting officer, don't recover. It's not on. There is absolutely, you know, in December when I was very new here, we received a letter from Minister Pretel asking about where are you about these particular issues. Councillor Sengo would recall there. So I'm trying to say that resolution is very problematic, and it must be removed. It's a problematic resolution. It can't say to the don't recover. It's up to the discretion of the to recover or not to recover. If there's anything that will come to council, it will come to council. But to say must not recover is illegal.
Mayor, Councillor, Deputy Mayor, and then Councillor Campbell.
No, thank you. On this one, I think when the presentation was done, the Section 8, also in the MPEC. This cascade allowance is for our staff employees that are working in different departments. Your planning and development, all of those ones. So when the report came there, we said that, hey, it's just, okay, let me leave it, Speaker. Let me not discuss it further. But the reason that the council felt that we should not recover, because currently we are losing lots of staff throughout our municipalities. The moment you start recovering 3 years or 4 years, because it's issue of us, internal issue regarding the policies and stuff. The moment we said that those town planners must pay back the 3 years, 4 years, because of our policies were not in proper place at the time, it's where we're going to lose lots of staff. We said that it's an issue of the policy, it's an internal, but MPEC must investigate, but let's not initiate steps to recover for now. So I just wanted to say that, but we are not stopping you in terms of as accounting officer to do what is there regarding MFMA. But based on those reports we received, because when the CFO explained to us, it was more of the issue of the policy that allowed this irregular expenditure to occur. So that when we counted, it's almost about 3 to 4 years or a year, then that's why we took this resolution. But we are hearing your explanation that is coming from you.
Deputy.
Yeah. I want to say that actually in D, in the recommendations, it already says there, or it stipulates there that the irregular expenditure scale skill allowance for the financial year 2023, 2024, and 2024, 2025 be referred to MPEC for further investigation. So it says that already there that they are going to investigate. That's a open and shut case. There is no other way. I actually played with words here now on D, that we can actually say or bring it to the fore in the way you have to say that. So I might be, and we did not caucus about this, so I might be knocked over my hands if I would say that, why don't we just take that out? D, completely out. Because NPEC is already mandated if we get to a resolution here to do what they have to do. Why must we not say MM, and yes, we are politicians. As the mayor was saying, there's a lot of people that are working. So we're not saying stop, we're not saying go ahead. So let us remove that recommendation then rather completely, and then continue with what we have in front of us. That is just mine. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Campbell, Councillor Davis.
Speaker, sorry. MPAC has already, MPAC has a mandate to investigate irregular expenditure. This has already been sent to MPAC. We had it on our agenda, and then Councillor Lowe said we must wait for this council meeting. We cannot remove D, and I'll tell you why. The irregular MPAC has to determine who incurred that irregular expenditure. The staff members who were paid that did not incur it. They did not pay themselves, they did not authorize themselves. So MPAC first has to finalize the investigation into who incurred it. Then MPAC has to recommend, should it be recovered. But this resolution also is saying we must review the policy because there are implications for this municipality. So I respectfully disagree with the MM that we are interfering with his work. As MPAC, that is our mandate to investigate it, and I ask that the recommendation be accepted as is. MPAC will determine who incurred it. There's a difference between the employees who received it. In their case, it may be considered to be unauthorized enrichment, but none of those employees incurred irregular expenditure. So let the process run its course, if we can go ahead with the recommendation as is, and once MPAC has made its recommendation, we can take the matter further. That is the correct procedure, Speaker.
Councillor Davis. I'm not going to allow second bites on this, councillors. We
Speaker-
need to get to a resolution here.
Speaker, I wish we had legal comments on this, but I would suggest, my colleague was very clear. I don't know why to have a comment, Speaker, that says that no steps, I mean, that's a regular comment, that no steps, if the MFMA says, if it comes to his attention, he has many options. Sometimes he can go to a police station and go make a case. He can do whatever he wants to do. So all I'm saying, Speaker, if we can get, and we have legal minds here, all legal mind, very competent legal mind, but I need it from the official council legal minds, just to give us clarity, because to me, D sounds irregular to say no steps be implemented. I think that doesn't sound right. So from the outside looking in, I agree with my colleague, I'm just supporting him, that we just remove D out of the equation and whatever other parts of the recommendations he said.
Councillors, I'm just going to allow the We're not going to allow a circle debate around this.
Speaker.
No, I'm raising.
Councillor Lowe, be seated.
Sorry.
Councillor Lowe, please be
Sorry,
seated. I did not
I'm
recognize you.
raising this issue
I did not
because
recognize you.
because already there are steps that have been taken. You see, there are steps that have been taken. You know, because this finding was from the previous years. You know, there are steps that have already been taken because of what came from the AG, what management responses that were given even before my time. So when I came here, these were already findings, and management had already agreed, you see, agreed to those particular, and made a particular commitment. And what happened was that letters were drafted by finance, brought to my attention for my signature, to go to the individual employees, you know, to say there's this finding, there's that finding, there's that finding, there's that finding, there's that particular finding. So what I would request really is that, because this item must not be put here, I don't have a problem with MPEC doing its work. It has to go back, it's doing its work. But for me, it's problematic when you say, stop. You see, when you say, stop. Yeah, you see, hey, that's the problem with Councillor Campbell. Because it doesn't
Councillor
take
Campbell,
advice,
please.
It doesn't take advice from anybody.
Really, that's...
You see, because now when you say stop, no further, that's very problematic. Read that sentence correctly. Read it properly. The wording of that sentence is very problematic. The wording is very, very, and it might put me, who has already written letters. You see, I've already written letters.
Okay, 2 minutes, caucus, please.
Yes.
Speaker.
Thank you.
Speaker.
2 minutes caucus, please. 5 minutes.
Speaker.
You can take it, it's fine. Mayor, you back from your caucus? Mayor?
No, thank you, Speaker. We are back in the caucus, thank you.
Councillors, are we going to proceed? Are we making any changes to this recommendation? Deputy?
Yeah, as the caucus, we have decided that we're going to remove recommendation D from the recommendations. The others stay as is then. Thank you.
Councillor Campbell?
Record my vote against it, please, Speaker.
Noted. Councillors, are we going with those recommendations as amended? Councillors? And please note Councillor Campbell's vote against, and mine for that matter, as former chair of MPAC. We move to, sorry, let me get my bearings right here. Yeah, sorry. I've just excused the MM and the acting CFO. The AG has requested an urgent meeting with those two. Three, eh? Sorry, let me just... Thank you, Councillors. We are on F&G 03-1025, the quarterly insurance report, quarter 4 of 24-25. F&G 04-1025, quarterly supply chain management report, 01 April 25 to 30 June 25. Thank you. F&G 05-1025, the monthly budget statement, July 25. Go with those recommendations. Thank you. F&G 06-1025, the Provincial Treasury Assessment of the 25-26 MTRF budget. F&G 07-1025, the monthly budget statement, August 25. Thank you. F&G 08-1025, Environment Report 25-26, August 25, on page 145. Thank you. Items submitted to the Special Planning and Economic Development Tourism Committee meeting held on 13 October 25, SP 01-1025, participation in the Vacantiebeers Trade and Consumer Show and the North European Roadshow, Netherlands. It's on page 145. Can we go with those recommendations? Report submitted directly to the Mayoral Committee. M01-1025, Project Progress Report, May 25 to June 25. Can go with those recommendations. Thank you. MO2-1025, Electrical and Mechanical Department, Capital Project Report, May to June 25. MO3-1025, Electrical and Mechanical Services, NISA Municipal Fleet, from May and June 2025. MO4-1025, Report on the Procurement Plan for Infrastructure Capital Projects. We go with those recommendations, please. Yes. MO5-1025, Report on Pumps, Prepaid Water Meters, Leaks, and the Groenvlei Pumps. We go with those recommendations. MO6-1025, the revision of the MIG DBIP for 25-26 financial year. Thank you. Councillors, we now move to the new matters submitted by the municipal manager. Unfortunately, the municipal manager has stepped out, but we will deal with what we can. We've done 13.1. 13.2, which is the feedback report on the implementation of the Knysna Municipality Section 154 Support Plan on page 202. Yes, Councillor White.
Speaker, may I please request Councillor Sabah has some questions and then I'll do recommendations if that's fine with you.
Thank you.
Let's just question the same thing.
Councillor Sabah.
Speaker, in terms of this report, as we all know that the NCOP vetoed the section 139(1)(c), and we then proceed with the section 154 as continues. However, in this report, it indicates a number of comments with regard to some of the issues, but it says it gives timeframes and that it indicates completed or it indicates implemented, but it doesn't give the date it was completed or when it was implemented. So I feel that the report requires better clarity in terms of implementations of the timeframes in terms of the section 154. And then we agreed in the NCOP that since the 139(1)(c) wasn't accepted, we would continue with the section 154. And in a previous meeting, it was agreed by the mayor that we would invite Minister Bradell, I think it was HOD Paulson, together with his team to come and speak to us or address us with regard to the implementation of the section 154 going forward, so that we all understood what the program was and what the current status quo was, but yet that hasn't taken place. So those are my concerns with regard to this report, but Councillor White will address the balance of it.
Thank you. I will get to you now, Councillor White. Just as a report back, as I've been heavily involved in most of this process, that the mayor has sent an invite to MEC Bradell about 10, was it earlier this week or last week, Mayor, that you sent a follow-up request for a meeting. We haven't had a reply back as of yet, so that is an ongoing process. If I can just ask, before you, Councillor White, if Charles, are you going to just add to some of the information that's available, please?
Thank you, Speaker. May I be seated?
Yes, you may.
Thank you very much. Speaker, I just wanted to concur on the invitation that we sent to the MEC via the Office of the Executive Mayor for in-person meeting, whatever the venue, to discuss the ongoing Section 154 support moving forward. I can maybe just report to Council that we are actively engaging on this platform. We have a monthly session that where the high-level officials discuss the progress on this. And one of the things at the previous sitting, which was about 2 weeks ago, that we discussed is that a number of the issues have already been met on the diagnostic assessment plan and the COEMF plan that speaks to the matters identified, and that moving forward, either during November or December, there will be a high-level discussion between the various executives, administratives, on the administrative side to one, assess exactly what was achieved, and so that we can remove it from the diagnostic assessment and the COMEF plan. And also report to Council that from our second last meeting, our internal auditors are also on board, and they are basically guiding the leads as to exactly what they require to assist them to ascertain that some of the issues that were identified has in fact been met, and also that will be filtered in through the report so that we are basically left with the issues that really need to be focused on. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, Mayor, and then I'll hand over to Councillor White.
Sorry, Speaker. I just wanted to say that, I only see now that you are not copied in. We have sent our letter on the 22, under 23, the office of Mr. Bradell have confirmed the receipt of the email. They will revert back to us on the date. Yeah, I just forwarded you now, and Charles and the MM. I see now it was only sent to me. Thank you. So they have responded.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor White.
Yes, Speaker, thank you. Based on the comments by Councillor Sabah, we would just like to make the following amendments. A and B can remain as is. And then we'll add a C to that, Speaker, that the administration be requested to update the Section 154 support plan to clearly reflect the specific dates of implementation and of the completion of each listed activity for improved monitoring and accountability. And then the D that we'd like to add, and noting the decision of the NCOP to disallow the invocation of Section 191C in ISNA, and the support plan has since been amended accordingly. The Executive Mayor and the Speaker of Council be mandated to formally invite the Western Cape government, specifically Minister Bedell, to address the Council before the next Ordinary Council meeting of 2025 on the continued implementation of the Section 154 support plan, including the commitments made by and to the NCOP and the nature and extent of ongoing support being provided to the municipality.
Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Tiokolo? Yes, Councillor Charlie.
Thank you. I hear it, but my advice to the mayor, that's just make sure that you've got pillars. You can't trust the DA, especially on what is happening in George. So, the Groen Flame, I trust Councillor Jason, but what is happening in George, you can't trust the DA now.
Councillors, can we go with those amended recommendations? Thank you. Move to the next item. 13.3, report on the irregular expenditure, non-compliant BAC composition, the third Salga National Communications Forum on page 222. The item is on page 222 and the recommendations are on page 230. Councillor Campbell.
That Salga forum is clearly something that remained, did not get removed in the copy and paste or whatever thing. Yes, just one thing. The report is not actually from the MM, it's from MPAC. This report is actually from when Councillor Lowe was still MPAC chair. This is the one MPAC meeting that I couldn't arrive on time, and when I got there, the recommendations had been done, and this was in, I think, in 2023, although it says 2022 here, but I'm not sure. What then happened is MPAC resolved to make the recommendations. It went to Council in 2023, when I tried to follow up what happened in the agendas, there was an acting speaker, who I think was Councillor Matika, who said it would be heard at the next meeting, that was September 2023, together with the in-committee items. It seems that it got lost in the system there. It never ever got to Council. So basically, I'm going to be presenting this recommendation. I do not necessarily agree with it, but obviously as MPAC chair, I have to do that, and this is what MPAC decided on. Very briefly, the non-compliant BAC, it's quite succinctly set out, just trying to find it, on page 229. The reason for this irregular expenditure is because of a technical interpretation of a senior manager. Management clearly did not hold the same interpretation as the Auditor General, as the BAC consistently consisted of 4 voting members. So just a bit of background, the Auditor General found the expenditure was irregular because there were not 4 senior managers present when the tenders were awarded. Senior managers as in directors in the CFO. The administration interpreted it that if there were 4 voting members, that was sufficient. I can just go further. The appointment of these members were made by the accounting officer, who was the municipal manager or acting municipal manager at the time of the award. The BAC performed its responsibilities in line with these appointments. It is clear from these appointment circulars that management interpreted the composition of 4 members to the BAC as follows: the chairperson being the CFO, a senior supply chain management official, and 2 directors. So it is then that the Auditor General said no, and Treasury also came out with a circular and said no. There have to be 4 actual directors, the CFO and 3 directors and a supply chain manager. So it's on the basis of this that it was, I would imagine, a bona fide wrong interpretation of the law, that the irregular expenditure was incurred. It is no longer happening, that I can confirm. They now ensure that there are at least 4 directors present, and the recommendation is therefore that the amount of 42,602,997 be written off. So that is the recommendation from MPAC. Strangely enough, I'm going to not support that. I'm going to abstain, but I'm sure that most of council will support it. Thank you.
Councillors, can we go with the recommendation? It's got a reason. Note, Councillor Campbell abstained. Councillors, we move to CO4-1025, the report on the regular expenditure, non-compliance with the SEM Regulation 32 piggyback contracts. Councillor Campbell.
This is again from MPAC. Yes, Chair. Unfortunately, here I'm going to. This is the same story as the previous one, where the investigation was done before I got there. I did not agree with the recommendation because there were other matters that were wrong with the piggyback process that were material. It was not just the misinterpretation of the regulation. Be it as it may, Council would in any event have to write it off now because by now any claim has prescribed. So this is one that also got lost in the system. I will just take you to the recommendation on page 237. Sorry, starting on the wrong page, 236. That MPAC recommend the expenditure incurred to be written off as irrecoverable as follows. It's 3 piggyback tenders, a total amount of 8 million and something. B, now this I do not agree with, and I'm actually going to ask council that we do not implement that the municipality do not make use of any new piggyback contracts. Chair, I think this is overkill. Just because we misinterpreted a regulation and did not follow the correct procedure, I do not see how this council can, if our policy allows piggyback contracts and they are implemented in terms of the regulations, we can say that. So I would suggest that B falls out, yes. And so that it basically is then just A and C. Okay. Thank you.
I support that.
Yes, Councillor Tshekolo.
Yes, Speaker, I'm glad at least we agree on something with Councillor Campbell today. I support that recommendation, Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So can we go with that? Can we go with that amended? We're taking out. Do not make use of any piggyback contracts because it's in our policy anyway.
Speaker, we've just missed one thing.
Yeah.
I'm sure that it's a typo, but there's a minus 7 million point 63 there.
It's not a typo. I don't know why that happened. I discussed it with Astrid, yeah. Yeah, sorry, Chair, I'm Did you recognize? Yeah, well, sorry, I can answer it. We saw that. I checked it with Astrid. I don't know why that came in there, but that is how the recommendation from MPAC was. It may be that we wrote off too much for the water meters. I don't understand it, but it's not actually a typo. I do not really understand how we got to that, but anyway, be it as it may.
Yes, yeah. No, thank you very much. It's unfortunate Avita is still out because I would have wanted her to comment in terms of the impact of this on the financials. You know, as I was going out, I was meeting with the AG around some of the critical issues, but in terms of it goes a long way to address the backlogs in terms of the processing of UIFWE. Yeah, it goes a very long way. Yeah. Although I would have preferred that. No, it's fine, Chair. It's fine as long as B has been, because I had a problem if B.
So B's been moved. We'll make sure that whatever is the correct figure is implemented in there, whether the minus comes out or not. We'll make sure through the finance department that it is corrected.
Yeah, please, Speaker, because that is significant. If it is really a minus 7 million, it is a significant thing.
Sorry, I'm going to just ask the acting CFO. Acting CFO on this item with regards to the write-off of item 13.4, which is the report on the regular expenditure non-compliance with the SCM Regulation 32 piggyback contracts on page 231. If you go to as part of the recommendations, there's a table, and it starts with just get to page it's actually the recommendations on page 236. 236 and 37. You'll see in the second table on page 237, under the Sikikaya suppliers, there's a minus 7.633 million. Why is it a minus?
That is a typo.
Is it a typo?
A typo, yes.
Okay. That is a typo. If you accept that,
Then I'm definitely recording my vote against it. Thank you, Speaker.
thank you. So that's a typo, and we will amend this resolution and remove B, so there'll just be A and C, which will be reverted to A and B. We go with that, and with Councillor Campbell's vote against. Thank you. She's
Just clarity, what is she
recording her
voting
vote
against?
against the whole resolution.
But she recommended the amendment to the recommendations.
No.
So who recommended the removal of B?
She's against the recommendations as total.
Write-off. I'm not against the amendment.
Yeah, the amendment, yeah, it's against the write-off. All right, so councillors, we move on to item 13.5, which is the legal opinion on the redesign of the organizational structure, which is on page 238. I'll take names now. Councillor Bester. You may go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm of the opinion that we as a council can't approve any changes to the macro structure as such until this item is served in front of the LLF. I'm quite happy to recommend that we note the report and note the legal opinions. And then thirdly, we refer this to the LLF for discussions with the unions before council makes any further decisions. Thank you, Speaker.
Any other comment? Councillor Andrews?
No, Speaker. I just wanted to indicate that 13.5 is replaced on the
Yes.
supplementary.
Yes.
So I don't know if the item is the same, because I see there's a replacement, so I don't know if we must deal with it now or later on.
No, we can. It's on the supplementary. It was just it was done on the supplementary because it is a replacement item. So it's page 2 on the supplementary. We're dealing with it on the supplementary. Yeah, as that is the same item. We can remove that item from. From the main agenda and go and replace it with the supplementary. Councillors, we have a proposal before us. Is it seconded?
Yes, I second, Speaker. What's the proposal now?
To remove the item,
Going to deal with it on
because it's got to go to the LLF.
Speaker.
So,
But the supplementary
Speaker, can I
so
just
we're dealing with
clarify
both
that
of the
for the
items.
Mayor?
That's what I want to check. Because I'm asking,
One
because
item.
there's supplementary, there's this one.
It's one item, Mayor.
So we are removing even the one that is a supplementary.
Sorry, okay. Just wait a sec. Director? So, councillors, the item on the agenda is removed, okay? The item on the agenda, 13.5, is replaced by the supplementary. So,
Councillor Bester is talking to the supplementary item.
yes, talking to the supplementary item. We are there. We have removed, as I've said, we are dealing with the replacement item, legal opinion on the redesign of the organizational structure, which is on the supplementary agenda. It's item 13.5. It's the same item number, just on the supplementary agenda. Just repeat what you've said, your proposal.
Okay, Speaker, for clarity to everybody, my recommendations are that we note the report, we note the legal opinions, and that council then refers this to the LLF for discussions with the trade unions before we take any further decisions. Thank you.
And that was seconded by Councillor Tiokolo. Councillor Campbell.
Do we refer the proposed change to the LLF for discussion? Thank you. That's
Yes.
fine. I'll
Yes.
agree with that.
Do we go with that recommendation, amended? Councillors? Yes. Thank you. Come back to the main agenda. No. It's been sent to the LLF.
It's noted.
It's noted and been sent to the LLF. How many more times must I ask, Mayor? No.
Speaker, they need lunch.
Yes.
They are hungry.
All right, 13.6, reappointment establishment of the Municipal Valuation Appeal Board. It's on page 272. Councillor Campbell.
Speaker, we're going to have to rescind the previous decision. The rest of the recommendation I agree with, but we're going to have to rescind the previous decision, where we basically appointed the tribunal and left it without a chair. But so if we can just include that in the recommendation, that council rescinds its decision, what, I don't know when it was, in August or whenever. Yeah. No, sorry, did I say tribunal?
Yes, you said tribunal. This is the valuation committee.
I mean appeal board, sorry.
Appeal
yes,
valuation committee.
The evaluation, yes. If we can just just also note that we rescind it, and the rest, I'm happy with the recommendation.
So it's got to go out for advertising. The whole board has to go out for re-advertising. That is.
No, Speaker, I want that side to listen to people when we are recommending here, they must listen to us. We warned them here, and they were in a hurry. That's why I'm even now worried, Speaker, that we continue, but I can see they are hungry.
What are you saying? Just say Councillor Law or the Deputy Mayor, don't say decide when you refer.
No,
just call the word name so that they can respond to you.
Thank you. So can I have a seconder for Councillor Campbell's proposal, please? Seconding it, Councillor White. Can we go with the amended proposal? Councillors, all very quiet. Thank you. We're going with that amended recommendation. That the previous decision be rescinded and the rest of the recommendations will follow. 13.7, the quarterly withdrawal report, quarter 1 of 2025-2026, on page 277. Recommendations on page 277. Councillor Tiokolo.
Thank you, Speaker. On the quarterly report, Speaker, there's a withdrawal of 50 million, and there's reference to say I think it's GL and investments. I would have loved to combine actually that item with the monthly report. Maybe you will guide me, Speaker, because what I want to refer to is to what is on the monthly report, which follows the.
You can what you do is you can refer to this one
okay.
when we get to that item, if you want to do it that way.
All right, yeah, let me do it.
Can we go with this item, and then but you are welcome to refer back to this item.
Thank you, sir.
Am I leading you correctly?
That's fine. That's fine.
Thank you. Can we go with the recommendations on page 277? Thank you. 13.8, quarter 1 non-financial performance assessment report for the period 1 July 2025 to 30 September 2025. That's on page 293, and the recommendations on page 294. Councillor Davis.
Yeah, Speaker, I'm sure my colleague will speak on it, but there's just one item on the TL51, just on the number of employment opportunities created with the municipal local economic development initiatives. It's 38, the target is 196. So they'll have to, in the remaining quarters, just a comment, they'll have to improve it by at least double to get to that at the end of the financial year. So it's not a lot to say here, it's the first quarter. So by next quarter, we'll be able to really evaluate and see how the performance has been. But yeah, at this stage, I note some of the financial targets of growing revenue. There's some targets not met there. Some infrastructure targets not met, but we understand that we're only in early days. We should worry next year, you know, but from February, March, we should worry if these figures don't change by that time. But thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sabah. And then Councillor Tiokolo.
Speaker, I'm just having a look at page 302. And in some of the figures, they're not coming through. Obviously, the column wasn't wide enough, so it's coming through as just hashtags, so we don't have the numbers. But my concern is that in terms of our year-to-date variances, they're a lot below what is budgeted for, so it's just a concern there. And I'm assuming it's because there is the reflection of an annual amount that was billed as opposed to monthly, and there's been there's a variance in terms of maybe amendments on bills. I just wanted to raise in the process, though, that we have a number of complaints coming through with regard to the...
Sorry, we are on page 293, which is the quarter, sorry.
Yeah, I'm looking on page 302, which falls into this particular report.
Yeah, it's the quarter one non-financial performance.
Yeah.
Assessment report.
So if you look at page 302, the numbers are not pulling through. It's showing hashtags. So we haven't got the figures. So if that section of the report can be recirculated so we get the correct numbers there, it's a concern. But I mean, in terms of this, I just wanted to go back. Sorry, I've just now been, and there's a side meeting going on over here, which is distracting me. In terms of the expenditure and the financial performance, it says here, the variances, year-to-date variances are negative 66%, negative 79%, negative 71%. Overall revenue, it says other own revenue, negative 86%, and then it says total revenue, excluding capital transfers and contributions, a negative variance of 75%. But we don't have the full figures, so it's difficult to really check it. But I mean, it's just concerning that the year-to-date variances compared to budgets are quite significantly out. So if we can just have some explanation in terms of that, in terms of performance, because that's for the 2 months to August. If we could just have an understanding there. Thank you.
Councillor, sorry, let me get my order right here. Councillor Tiokolo and then Councillor Campbell.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I think my colleague has mentioned it, that, yeah, it's the first quarter of the financial year. There's not much. You can even see the KPIs that are not applicable. It's still gray. So, yeah, we're still starting. But yeah, I do want to say, Mayor, this is your first quarter of your first financial year. Unfortunately, the budget, you were there, you drove it. So you must take responsibility. Speaker, I'm a bit concerned with the overall performance per national key performance areas, especially with the issues that we've got in Knysna, for an example, the basic services delivery. We've got 43.73 in the red, that the KPIs have not been met there, and that's almost 50% of our KPIs that have not been met. And we've got huge challenges in the service delivery, especially infrastructure, our water and sanitation. So the mayor needs to bring a plan as to how he addresses that. I do remember even now in the MACO, he did say that especially the service delivery directorates will have to come to the party, and the meeting is today, and they must explain as to what the plans are, because you can totally see that 43.7%, almost 50%, we are in the red. So that is what we're supposed to do actually, the municipality, and we're not doing. It's like we are saying you are not doing half of it what you're supposed to do, the core function. So it's a worrying factor, the Speaker. The other issue, Speaker, is when you go to the annual targets and the quarter targets. Some of these targets I'm a bit confused because you will get an annual target which is 100%, and then you still get to the quarter target, which is 100, which is the same as the annual target, which is a bit confusing for me because I would take it that if your annual target is 100%, then your quarterly target should be 25%, and then you would give us your actual if you've met your quarterly or what. But I see in the report there are some instances whereby the annual and the quarterly target is the same. So I have an issue with that, with the correctness of that. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Campbell and then the Deputy Mayor.
No, but she did speak.
Speaker, I'm a bit concerned. I see on page 298 that there's been a quiet coup in this municipality. I see the mayor is Councillor Aubrey Tsengwa. So maybe he needs to explain. Thank you.
Deputy. You covered. Avita, did you want to comment on anything? Okay. Councillors, any other comments? Can you address some of the concerns raised by Councillor?
Yeah, Charles, can you come?
Sorry, man, I just want to get, sorry for this. The cash coverage on this report is very low. It says 0.7, but I think it's changed because the way you calculate it, I saw you've been calculating it over a 6-month period. But if you calculate it on a month, it was in the norm. But it was the cash coverage, if you look at the last report, says that we don't actually have money at the municipality, which I don't think is the case. If you look at the other calculations, if we can just get clarity on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Botha.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Same rule apply?
Yes.
Thank you. Speaker, let me just begin at the beginning. In terms of the figures that didn't pull through, it's something that we also picked up. We are reliant upon the finance services on the other side to receive those reports, and we basically uploaded as such. It was a concern. It's something that I definitely pick up. I will readdress it and make sure that we get the figures that's supposed to be reflected there and circulate that report accordingly. We were a bit pressed for time generating the report, so hence the rectification that we need to make in that respect. In terms of, most of the councillors alluded to the fact, yes, it's early days and it's only the first quarter report. Some of the targets, Councillor Chokolo, that you alluded to, unfortunately I couldn't open some of the stuff now on my laptop, but say for instance, if there's one target to be achieved in a quarter, and in the other 3 quarters there are none relating to that specific parameter, then if you achieve it within a quarter, then obviously you've achieved it at 100%. Something that the internal auditors in particular has picked up is the SMART principle that doesn't quite pull through on all the KPIs. So that is an exercise which my team and I are currently engaging on, so that when we submit the SDBIP, the high-level SDBIP, etc., to the adjustment budget process next year, that we comply with the SMART principle in terms of the KPIs that are currently part of the SDBIP. In terms of the performance parameters of the functioning departments, again, it's one of the things that we are reliant upon the data that they feed into the system, and we basically just pull that through and generate the report as such. And I think MM will need to engage the functionary directorates in that respect.
Thank you. Mayor?
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Councillor Chokolo is quite correct. It's an issue that I've raised in terms of performance. Really, it's something that I've also raised with the administration in terms of MACO, of a performance, and we are going to deal with it. We have started with our war room, which have started on Monday and is going to start again on Tuesday, to make sure that we meet all the basic national KPIs, because if you look at it at our NISA municipality KPIs, we're on 11. It's just national KPIs where we are still on 43. But we are going to address it and we are going to report it, and he's going to make sure that in the next quarterly report that we have improved on those KPIs, because we'll make sure that we are using the whole room. It's part of our monitoring and evaluations, and making sure that each KPI is met, each department report and responds to each and every KPI. We are going to make sure of it. Come the next quarter report, will not be 43, will be less than 43. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Can we go with those recommendations? Yes. Thank you. We move to 13.9, the monthly quarterly budget statement for September 2025, page 346, and the recommendations on page 346. Mayor,
Speaker.
Councillor Davis.
Thank you for the prophecy. Yeah, but anyway, what I want to say, on a serious note, Speaker, I did ask a question on the cash coverage, which will link to this item. The cash coverage says that we're at 0.7, which cannot be. So if I think we do have a representative from finance, I don't think that is, can we just get a clarity? Because if we use this as our data, it means that the municipality doesn't have any money. So can we just get clarity there? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jagerson. Do you have an answer on that?
Thank you, Speaker. The 0.73% is basically just an NT calculation. There is an NT prescribed formula, and basically with the figures that we have inputted into the formula, unfortunately it results in 0.73. So as it stands right now, taking our cash position into account, we unfortunately only have we have less than 1 month worth of cash to accommodate our expenditure. Thank you.
Thank you. The monthly quarterly budget statement for September 2025, page 346, recommendations on page 346. Yes. Councillor Sabah and Councillor Tiakolo.
Sorry, I'm going to be harping on the debtors again. I obviously have a concern because our debtors book is increasing exponentially. I understand it is obviously due to annual billings that haven't been received, and that there is a waiting period in terms of collection thereof. There is an amount that we are showing now that our debtors book at the end of August was almost 620 million, and it's now sitting at 608 million. At the end of the financial year of June of 2025, it was 511. So there's been a large increase in terms of our debtors book. I understand it's due to the annual billing that has been coming through. But we also indicate here that there's historical debt handed over to debtors for collection for amounts of 50.4 million. And that's at September of 2025. So we obviously are handing over a large amount. But my concern is that if you look at the debtors book and you look at the breakdown in terms of organs of state and commercial and householders, you'll see that our commercial is sitting at 207 million of the 607. So it's almost 33% of our commercial debt, of our debt is sitting in commercial. Now, in terms of that, I'd really like an understanding in terms of what is outstanding and what where we currently are with regard to our largest outstanding debt being Grey Elephant Investments. I'd like to understand where we're at there, because I think that's of great concern. If you look at Ward 10, you'll see that our historical debt there is, in terms of 90 days and over, sitting at 87 million of 129 million or 130 million outstanding. So the bulk of it's sitting in outstanding, and we know that the bulk of it's sitting there in terms of Grey Elephant Investments. So just an understanding in terms of what is happening there. And then if we go down to our collection rate, we're indicating that our current collection rate is sitting at 67.45%. Now, I understand that it will drop in the beginning of the year because of our annual debt, our annual billing, so there'll be a problem there. But again, we still haven't addressed the fact that we are not applying our receipts in terms of aging it correctly. So when are we going to get a clarity in terms of that? I asked a question some time ago with regard to our reporting where we indicate our billed revenue. Now, if you look on page 365, it indicates that our billed revenue to date will be 295 million. When I asked the question, and I took it to the CFO, it must be at least 3 months ago, and I tried to reconcile it in terms of figures in the reporting, it was out, and it wasn't tying up in terms of figures that we got. And the CFO referred me to Madeleine, and I sat with her. She agreed with me that the reporting was incorrect, and she was going to come back to me, and I've still not had a response with regard to that. So I'd like an understanding. I also asked that we be given a better report with regard to historical debt, so that we know that historical what is over a year old. Because we sit with this report where it just gives us 90 days and over, and then it keeps shifting, but we don't know how much is more than a year old. And I think if we as a municipality, if we're going to work on our debtors book and try and recover it, we can't run a business if we're not collecting our revenue. And at the end of 2025, when I looked at our revenue versus what we billed, our outstanding debtors book was 63% of revenue billed for that financial period. Now, I know that's part of our historical debt. Our debt sits in historical, but without the breakdown, it's very difficult to determine what our collection rate really is in terms of billed revenue. And I think we really need to get a better understanding. So if I could have that report that we've been asking for an extended period of time, it was asked for. And just the last thing I want to mention is I want to remind Speaker, through you to the Mayor, that the Mayor did agree that the Budget Steering Committee would include the chief whips and stuff. And I just want to make sure that when the Budget Steering Committee sits, that we are included and invited to those meetings, please. Thank you.
Councillor Tiakolo, and then Councillor Lowe.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, firstly, let me just say, I think if you would remember when the new executive mayor started, he started on a high note whereby he was signing his monthly budget statements on the 10th or 11th of the month. Now I see he's lost some energy there. He's signing them on the 14th. Now this one is not even signed. So something is off there. Speaker, just to note the mayor's report, the executive mayor's report, it's very concerning for me that he's only highlighting 3 financial status of the municipality. I'm concerned that he's not saying anything about the unpaid grants, which usually is always a pain for us, is a problem. Because if you look at the unpaid grants now, we're sitting at 17.6 million. And the bulk of that is human settlements, which we always expect something from the mayor to say on the report. But he's been very quiet. But I understand why he's quiet about that. Because he's scared that we want to say housing must go to province. But it is concerning that you are not raising that, because our worry is that you will only raise it when it's at around 30 million, then we start worrying now. So 17 million is a bit high, Mr. Mayor, through you, Speaker. It must be something that you raise sharply. The other one, Speaker, for me is the standby. You know, Speaker, I always give flowers when they are due. I see standby, we are still within budget with the standby and overtime. So I wish, Mayor, we should just keep it at that and make sure that we stay within budget. Even though we know now we're going through to season, but yeah. Speaker, also the current ratio. I see we've moved up to 1.5 to 1. So, yeah, we are at the level of the national norm. So I would give you flowers for that as well, Mayor. So, but we just need to keep it up. The CFO, I know he's working hard on that. Speaker, I think this would be the last one. Going back to the report that I was talking about, the withdrawal report. On that report, it's the quarter that we're talking about, and there's a withdrawal of 50 million rands, which on that report says it went to investments. I think it's GL and then investments. But if I look at the investments portfolio that's in front of me, the amount has been in July 90 million, August 90 million, 91 in September. And the movement from August to now to September is 200 and what. I don't see where the 50 million got into. If I can just get clarity on that as to what happened to the 50 million, because on the withdrawal report it says it went to investments, but you don't see an increase of 50 million in the investments. Speaker, I think Councillor Sabah covered me with the collection rate. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, mine will be around the unpaid conditional grant. I think the provincial government must we just have to do our job as housing, and then we can get our money from the provincial department of business. Go to these debt, because I see we are the consumer debts and the businesses. Most of the money that has been owed to the municipality is coming from businesses. And I see that we have appointed an attorney only for 50 million rand, but we have outstanding debts of 206 million rand. My question is that I believe that there is a panel that is dealing with this. Why are we not making use of more panels so we can deal with this, especially when it comes to the businesses, so we can collect our money precisely? Because I can say now to you, even with our staff that we are having, we are not winning this one. We are not winning this race. The only race that we win with them is when they have meetings every Monday and every day they have meetings. But we are not winning the race, and we can see it. So I just want to make a proposal that we have to look into that, and we start with the 10 businesses that own the municipality the highest, and then we deal with it, so we can know precisely this is the businesses. Because if we can have at least 20% of that money that we can recover, of 20% or 25% from the businesses, at least then we are moving somewhere. But mine will be that we have to work, because it's easy for this municipality, even when they're doing cuttings of block of electricity, it's easy for them to go and do blockings when it comes to our people. But we are afraid when we deal with this block of electricity when it comes to the people that have money. So mine will be, let's get more people or the attorneys that can deal with, especially with the business ones. So they can go and collect the money from the businesses that own this municipality money. If you can have more people that are on that panel, because nowadays the new thing is about there are panels. The treasurer said that we must make use of panels. So then we can get our money, because we need this money as the municipality. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Jagasaw. Can you address some of the concerns?
Thank you, Speaker. In terms of Councillor Sabak, yes, I do acknowledge she has mentioned the same concerns and made the same requests on multiple occasions. So what I am going to propose is that going forward, we will submit a separate report to Section 80 in terms of debtors, and provide a detailed breakdown of all the information, especially in terms of the historical debt. And I know you've had a concern with regards to the matching principle, where the collections are not being allocated to the correct invoices in the correct time periods and so forth. So a fully comprehensive report will be submitted to Section 80 going forward. Then in terms of the Budget Steering Committee, the last Budget Steering Committee meeting was held prior to Council adopting the budget in May, June of this year. The next budget steering committee will most probably be held in December or January to discuss the February adjustments budget. So depending on the mayor's determination, we will invite the chief whips accordingly as soon as we get a date from the mayor. Also, in terms of income, currently we have 9 vacant positions. HR is busy with the recruitment processes that affects billing and collections. I'm going to respond to Councillor Lowe at the same time. Councillor Lowe, we have to date only handed over 50 million to debt collection firms, but we will be increasing the momentum of the handovers, and we will prioritize businesses in that process. In relation to Councillor Chikolo, the content of the mayor's report, we will discuss with the mayor in terms of the contents going forward. We will provide more information in terms of unpaid grants. Currently, Anthony from my department is working very closely with the officials from the housing department to reconcile and in an attempt to recover the unpaid monies from the Department of Human Settlement. So hopefully we should see improvement in the next quarter. Standby and overtime, it's the relevant directorates will have to continue monitoring their spending. Current ratio, Councillor Chikolo, 1.52. I welcome your compliment. However, the 1.52 is quite misleading simply because we received the equitable, it's 2 reasons. One is we received the first Indian investments to the primary standard bank account. The money was transferred out of that account and into an investment account. And the reason why you're not seeing a jump in the investment portfolio is simply because over a 3-month period, even though 50 million was deposited into that into an investment account, we've also had investment withdrawals. That is why you do not see withdrawals. That is why you do not see the 50 million as a once-off addition to the investment portfolio, because on the one hand you've got the primary bank account versus the investment portfolio. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Speaker. Just on that, where would we then see the withdrawals from the investments? Where does it show?
Councillor Chikolo, in our report currently, we don't have a separate table, but we can include a table in that regard going forward if Council so wishes.
Thank you. No more second bites on this. I'm not going to allow. Which question was that, Councillor Sabah?
I made reference to the amounts that are shown in terms of revenue billed in the year. That doesn't actually tie into the actual revenue statement. I did have a meeting with Madeleine, as referred to by the CFO, and she was supposed to come back to me. I've been waiting 3 months and I still don't have it. So if that could be followed up, please. Thank you.
Noted. Can we go with the recommendations? Yes. Thank you. Next item is 13.10, Provincial Treasury's Performance Assessment 24-25, third quarter section 52D report. On page 395, the recommendations are also on page 395. Councillor Davis.
Yeah, I think this report just confirms, Speaker, the overspending, underspending, and just the issue at our municipality that we need to get it right in terms of executing on our projects that we actually budget for. So it is in the last financial year, the close of the last financial year. It is scathing, but as I say, we need to really improve. To say it again, that we're going to change things, it's not going to help us unless we see it. So we were able to see now, as my colleagues pointed out, that the trend has even now continued into this financial year. So we need to really deal with that. But basically the report is just confirming what significant underspending, overspending, and it cannot continue, and service delivery is declining on the ground. But I think we've covered a lot of it already. Thank you.
Can we go with those recommendations? Thank you. Councillor, the next items are all for noting. From page 403 to page 407. Can we note all of those items? Thank you, councillors. It's now 25 minutes past 3. Can we please just have a 20-minute break? And I want to be prompt because then from there we're going to go in committee. And I do not want to waste any time
Speaker,
on that.
can you organize for me a link, please, man?
A link.
Yes.
We'll make sure that oh, yes. Sorry, councillors. Just before we move, I was waiting for the information with regards to the special council meeting where Councillor Charlie challenged the fact that this was an online meeting. I have a list of everybody and the times they joined online. And unfortunately, Councillor Charlie, your name isn't on the list of having joined the meeting online. It was an online meeting. So
I think she was in PE that time. I was also in PE.
no, yes, unfortunately, I've got the times of every councillor that joined and those that didn't join.
Okay, Speaker, was I present? And then I can note that minute,
Yes.
and then we can continue, Mosman, now. Thank you.
Yes. Councillor Tikolo?
Yeah, no, Speaker, I wanted to propose that we adopt the minutes then.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank
correct
you.
now.
Thank you.
Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you. We've got a 20-minute break, so please be back at 1:45.